The July 3rd, 2023 legislative session of Anne Arundel County Council is called to order. Please ensure all cell phones and electronic devices are set to silent. At this time, can we get invocation from Mrs. Feeler, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation?
If everybody could stand, please. Please pray in a manner consistent with your faith, while I pray in a manner consistent with mine. On this Independence Eve, may we reflect with grateful hearts the sacrifices that have been made in the name of freedom and justice for which our country was built. May we never forget the dream and vision of unity within our great nation and the incredible responsibility of those who lead to carry on that vision. Bless those who have served to protect the freedom of the United States of America, their families, and those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. May you continue to guide this body with wisdom and knowledge, and may you, God, bless America. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we can also do just a short moment of silence. This past Sunday, Sunday morning, we've had a tragic mass shooting that occurred here in our own state. Just north of us, I actually represent, and I think many of us, some of us on this council represent citizens who were impacted by that shooting, where 30 victims were victims of gun violence, as well as the several deaths that occurred who potentially also lived here in the county. So just a quick moment of silence for those individuals that were impacted. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chair of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
All right, we will now open our invitation to the audience. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, we did receive one submission through our online testimony tool. Everyone here received a copy. It is posted in the on the summary that's on our website, and it will be added to the meeting record.
All right. We will now invite members of the audience who signed up before the meeting to address the council briefly on any subject not included in the printed agenda. Remarks will be limited to 2 minutes. I do see two individuals that have signed up in advance, Mr. Kurt Svensson and Jared Steinman. Yes, you can just come forward. Yep. Sir, floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kurt Svensson. I live in Arnold. The Capitol recently reported on the approval of the contract between the County Board of Education and Teachers Union, which boosts starting salaries from $50,000 to $58,000 as provided for in the 24 budget. This article highlighted the pay compression issue created by new teachers earning close to what some of their more experienced colleagues earn. The school spokesperson's comment was quite revealing. Quote, "It's premature to have those answers right now," he said. "I think that everyone agrees that next year will present challenges. However, we are very optimistic given the partnership between the teachers union, the school system, and the county government." This statement is not consistent with the county government's false narrative that the 24 budget is structurally balanced. This highlights two very basic shortcomings: need for a better definition of what makes a budget structurally balanced. It's a multi-year long-term concept, not a myopic calculation focused on 1 year. And the need for a formal policy regarding the property tax revenue cap and the county government's willingness to make use of the relatively new state law that allows locally approved charter limitations to be ignored. Every official elected by Anne Arundel County citizens should be held accountable for their willingness to sidestep charter-imposed constraints on the size and scope of county government. Finally, this is the opinion of a person who happens to think that Anne Arundel County citizens are not overtaxed, but who thinks it's essential that the concept of home rule for counties in the state of Maryland be acknowledged and honored. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sir? Jared?
Good evening, Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jared Steinman, and I'm a property owner in Shadyside, 4921 Olive Street. This is directed to the Council, but mainly to my representative, Ms. Leadbetter. We're having a civic issue in our neighborhood with the Wesley Civic Association, where they have repeatedly violated their own bylaws, and I'm a business owner as well in the county. I own an Airbnb as well as owning the property, and we need your help because there's a proposal to change our bylaws that govern the park, and we share the concerns and values of the Wesley neighborhood and want it to remain safe and beautiful. As residents of the Wesley neighborhood, we need the county's leadership because the current leadership has been there for 15 years and doesn't share the same values as the neighborhood. I'm asking for the county for any assistance or advice on how to go about this in a legal way and proper way with the neighborhood. We have a petition going around getting signatures. Currently, as an owner of Airbnb, we do provide extensive background checks, and we do support the park for maintenance and beautification through our dues. Why is it important is the board is essentially trying to promote segregated and exclusivity of the park and have been passing defamatory and derogatory rumors around to create fear and propaganda about Airbnbs in the neighborhood. And I'm just asking for some support or advice from the council and my elected representative. Thank you.
Thank you all. Please return to your seats. At this time, for those who did not have an opportunity to sign up in advance, this is now that opportunity, so please come forward. You will be limited to 2 minutes. Tomorrow is the 4th of July, so just remember that. So if you would like to speak on anything that is not on the printed agenda, please come forward. All right, and this will be the last call. Ms. Johnson, you work those crutches real well. Sir, over to you.
Good evening. My name is David Dull. I live at 4115 Fairhaven Avenue in Curtis Bay, Baltimore. Sorry, I'm just outside the city or the county limits now. I couldn't find an affordable place in Anne Arundel County. I did come to speak on a bill that's actually going to be coming out on the 17th about your recreational cannabis dispensaries, but I didn't realize that's going to be later on. So I did want to talk about two things. One, I just saw on social media that Mr. Pittman says that anybody who doesn't want to push forward common sense gun control is a coward. I would love to have that conversation with him. I don't think that it's right to call somebody a coward because you have a different idea on how we solve our problems. But since this recent tragedy that we acknowledged just a moment ago happened a few blocks from my house, I would love to tell you that that was a rare occurrence, but unfortunately in my neighborhood, we hear that on a regular basis. I understand that the casualty rates and whatnot are substantially different from what you normally see in the back pages of the paper, but this is tragic. The one thing that I've noticed time and time again is when we talk about the crime rates, and some people on the right might bring up black on black crime. Let's acknowledge the fact that a lot of the fentanyl that's going into the suburbia is coming from gang turf warfare in the streets. And if we don't address the fact that these drug prohibitions are actually causing more problems than they're solving, we're not going to get out of this mess. I don't think that a fear of an inanimate object is rational when we need to start looking at the causes and not just the symptoms of gun violence. Now, I understand that the resolutions are here, so I didn't want to talk too much into that side, but we got to end the war on drugs. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. It is such a nice thing to see such a good crowd turnout the night, tucked in between Sunday, and the 4th of July, tomorrow. And it looks like a really interesting crowd. And the bills are looking really deep and thick, which always adds to the adventure. So I do want to compliment the council again, because at the last meeting, there was a unanimous passing of a bill, Mr. Volke's bill. And what's really nice about this, I mean, it's nice to say nice things about other folks, but what's important is our country is really suffering a lot from the division and the split and the animosity between one political party and another. And so, when you as a council decide to do something, that demonstrates that you can work and be united, that's an important step for all. There are a lot of people out here who are going, I think I'm going to be an independent because I don't like either one of them, and they don't even try to get along. And so I think that's politically and socially, because there are people who will not talk to in-laws and outlaws because they're in the wrong party and they hold differing beliefs. So it's okay, you did a good thing, Mr. Volk. So now I was going to talk about another thing, though. That I was going to talk about, some people have never heard of 2040. What's 2040? Well, that is the Anne Arundel County new plan for land use planning. And if you want to go out and buy one, you can purchase the 2-volume publication for only $110, which I think is a little bit high. Actually, I think it's a lot high. So maybe you take out the color or something, but Dad Byrne, I was going to tell you, and zoning is coming, and you don't want to live next door to certain changes, and you got to pay attention.
Thank you,
or
Ms.
you
Julie.
will be, and your taxes will go up.
Well, hopefully we can get electronic versions of that out to folks for free. But since you're the dean of the council, I want to make sure we keep you happy. So, thank you. All right. Invitation to the audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill, or resolution or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
So moved. Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of June 20, 2023.
The County Council meeting was called to order by Chair Smith at 7 p.m. It was opened with the invocation given by Ms. Hummer and was followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The meeting was held in the County Council chambers in Annapolis, Maryland.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 20, 2023?
So moved. Allison Pickard.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. The minutes of June 20, 2023 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 6223, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, zoning, farm dual uses. Bill number 6323, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance code supplement, building permit exemptions, agricultural buildings.
Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any resolutions to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 2823, resolution approving the estimates of the annual costs of providing health insurance benefits and the employer subsidies used to determine the rates for certain participants under the County Employee and Retiree Health Benefits Program. Resolution number 2923, resolution approving the determination of certain improved county-owned property being part of Brooklyn Heights Park in Baltimore, Maryland as surplus property. Resolution number 3023, resolution appointing an Anne Arundel County citizen to serve on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group. Resolution number 3123, resolution remembering the victims of gun violence in Anne Arundel County and urging the United States Congress to enact stronger safety requirements and restrictions on firearms to prevent death and injury. Resolution number 3223, resolution condemning recent attacks on places of worship in Anne Arundel County.
May I now get a motion to suspend? We will vote on resolutions number 30, 23, 31, 23, and 32, 23 at the end of the agenda this evening. But can I get a motion to suspend the rules to hear and vote on resolution 25, 23, 26, 23, and 27, 23 out of order and after bill number 5123 this evening?
So moved. Allison Pickard.
Is there a second?
Rodvian, second.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on motion to change the order.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to change the order to hear and vote on resolution numbers 25, 23, 26, 23, 27, 23 after 51, 23 this evening has been passed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please add me as a co-sponsor to resolution number 3223?
So noted. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5123.
Bill number 5123, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes.
Good
Ma'am, over to you.
evening. Hannah Dyer with the County Executive's Office. Bill 5123 is the annual bond ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of the county's general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes. The administration brings this bill to council every year at the conclusion of the annual budget process. And as is also common practice, we have one amendment to conform the numbers in Bill 5123 to those passed in the fiscal 24 budget. So to my right are all of the experts on this bill. We have the controller, Billy Penley, and also our bond counsel, William Henn and David Gregory. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
And can you, for just the sake of the audience, can you go and speak to the amount that authority that we are bonding for?
Sure.
Just
So
a
we
quick
have, I'll do what's in the bill as introduced first, and then if you'd like, I can also describe what's in the amendment. So the purpose of this ordinance is to authorize the issuance of the bond anticipatory notes not to exceed $900 million and bonds not to exceed $1,187,580,356 to finance the fiscal 24 budget.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council? All right. And just for the public's knowledge, this is the authority to actually go out there and get loans to take care of all those capital programs, certainly projects that we have in our CIP, and that's what this measure ultimately funds. It's like crossing north and south headlining, so that's pretty accurate. We will now open the public hearing on bill number 5123. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, we did not receive any submissions using that online testimony tool.
And I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone from the audience who wants to speak to our request to borrow money? Seeing no movement, public hearing on bill number 5123 is now closed. Oh. You got the end seat there, so you guys will be fine.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. It's really short. I have a hard time understanding what this is all about and how it works and everything. And so I think that I propose to the county council that you consider the thought of how can we help children grow up with adequate civic education? Because when I came through school, I believe I got a really good civic education in a whole lot of areas, but finance wasn't part of it. But I think, a kindergarten age kid he's got $5 to go buy a toy, finds out that he doesn't have to pay $5, he's got to pay more. Now, where does that extra money go? Why do I have to pay that? And that ought to be fairly simple to teach at a kindergarten age level. They're not economists and working on their dissertations. But I hope you understand what I'm saying. And that by the time you're in 5th and 6th grade, you need to be understanding something about principal and interest and borrowing, and that you've got to pay. And right now, the country is in a terrible state. And someday, some of these little kids are just going to raise Cain with some of these folks who are borrowing so much and have no intention to pay down the debt, because they are going to be living in a dreadful burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing on Bill 5123 is now closed. And just for everyone's consumption, we now have, 3 agencies that are AAA bond rating. So we have the opportunity to borrow money at an extremely advantageous price compared to other government entities. So that's one. But we also had a debt affordability committee that's filled with citizens that actually go and look at what we receive as tax dollars and then how we appropriate those things to build the things that impact your lives. So the roads, sidewalks, all those things cost money. And so it's incumbent upon us to use our ability to borrow in an effective and deliberate way so that we can produce that environment that you all deserve as citizens of this county. So just wanted to make that clarification. Nope, seeing none. Madam Secretary, please, there is an amendment on this bill. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
I think I need to read the title one
Oh,
more
I'm sorry.
just so we
Yes,
can close the public
okay.
hearing up. Bill number 5123, an ordinance concerning the issuance, sale, and delivery of Anne Arundel County, Maryland general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes. And I will go right to amendment number 1. Amendment number 1. This amendment decreases the amount of bond authority and corrects certain amounts in the bill to conform to the final capital budget.
Ms. Heiner, Dyer.
Sure. So Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. So as we described earlier, this is a normal process for us every year to do an amendment to the bond ordinance to tie it to the fiscal 24 budget. And I will give you the new amounts now with Amendment 1. Amendment 1 decreases the amount of bond authority to $1,178,186,420, which is a decrease of nearly $9.4 million, and corrects certain amounts in the bill to conform. Corrects other certain amounts to conform to the fiscal 24 budget.
All right, so motion to adopt.
So moved.
Any discussion on this amendment?
I have a question.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this a non-technical amendment or is this a technical amendment? It seems technical to me. I just don't want to have to drag Bonds Council out here again in 2 weeks for another public hearing on the same bill.
I would love for it to be a technical amendment, but
Do you know the person who would make that decision?
yeah, I see Mr. Swain shaking his head in the audience. So.
What's it cost us to have to do this again?
We would, I've weighed a little bit here.
Okay.
At some point, we will be signing a legal opinion on the bonds next spring. And I think the safest course of action is to view this as a non-technical amendment, which has been obviously the practice in this regard. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Swain directly on this, but I think this issue has come up before, and we would certainly consult with the Office of Law if that issue was to be revisited.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we waive your appearance at the next hearing? No offense, but I just don't want to drag you out here to have to come back if we didn't have any questions this time and it's a relatively
We are
straightforward.
certainly here at your pleasure and at the request of the controller. So
Yep.
whatever
I appreciate
the
that.
county wishes in that regard.
Ms. Kenny's got a legal opinion.
My opinion doesn't differ from the one that Mr. Swain just gave non-verbally, but I'm just here to, for the record, Kelly Kenny, supervising county attorney. No, that would not be a technical amendment.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Okay, so that means 5123 as amended will be heard on July 17th, 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 2523.
Resolution number 2523, resolution nominating Tony Gedden as County Health Officer.
Ms. Schultz?
Thank you. Kaylee Schultz from the County Executive's Office. Resolution 2523 nominates Tony Gedden as County Health Officer. She is here with me tonight. In April, this legislative body appointed Ms. Gedden as Acting Health Officer via Resolution 823. So in June, the state formally approved her appointment, and so we just ask that you adopt this resolution tonight. But I'm going to, at this time, turn it over to Ms. Gedden to say a few words.
First, I'd like to just recognize the hardworking employees of the health department, which I'm privileged to represent, and thank them for everything that they do. I'd also like to thank the county executive and the Secretary of Health, as well as the council here tonight. I'm excited about this position, excited to continue my work at the health department and my work with you all to better the health of the county residents. And so thank you for your time this evening, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we all co-sponsored the first resolution, but I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor to this to just double my support for Ms. Gedden as our health officer. I'm excited to work with you, and I think we're going to get a lot done.
All right. Mr. Volke?
Can you add me too, please?
Yeah, I think we did do the count by the entire council. Did we not? Oh. Okay. It says it on the...
It says by the county council.
And by the county council, June 20th.
Resolution 2523, it was introduced by you on behalf of the county executive. So we can add the entire council if you guys would like
Oh,
to.
and I was just reading where underneath that by the county council. But I could be wrong. What, Ms. Hummer, were you going to?
Yes, added, please.
So I guess you can add me if you need the verbal attestation as well.
Okay, so I am adding Ms. Hummer as well. Is that correct?
Well, I see 3 other lights, so I'm assuming that they too will be added as.
And I'm
Yep,
adding
I see head nods.
Mr. Smith, okay.
Madam Vice Chair started it.
So to confirm it, we have 7 co-sponsors, so I can add the entire council.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. And at some point, I'll reach out to you because I want to talk to you more in reference to some of the homeless and drug outreach that the health department is doing. But I'll hit you up after this meeting or next week or sometime. Mr. Volke?
I just want to add one thing. I think your family's here with you, so I just want to give a congratulations to them because they all came down to see this special moment for you. So thank you guys for being here for her.
Makes me smile. All right. Seeing no additional discussion, we will now open up the public. Do we need a hearing on resolution 2523? Okay. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive any submissions.
All right. And I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Anyone from the audience? Maybe is it your son or daughter that's back there?
There are 7 and 4, so probably not.
Okay, so
my sister and husband are here as well, but I'll leave the kids.
Thank you.
Back there.
So anyone from the audience who want to speak on this resolution, please come forward at this time. Is that you? Okay, come. And after him, we're going to close the public hearing on this. Just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. So considering the what happened a few years ago with the pandemic, I would just be concerned about the replacement for the last health officer who suggested that we, go through with the vaccines that weren't clinically tested, the mask mandates for masks that don't actually work because they're not N95 masks. We kind of discussed that during the last session. And the staying 6 feet apart, which was just ridiculous. So all of these things that were pushed by the county executive, the threat of the vaccines, the mandates are coming. But all of this that was pushed on us a few years ago, I'm just concerned that we're going to see that same kind of attack approach towards our public that we saw a few years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Public hearing on Resolution 2523 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 2523.
Resolution number 2523, resolution nominating Tony Gedden as County Health Officer.
All right. Seeing no lights for additional discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 2523.
Ms. Rodvian.
I would like to give an enthusiastic yes to Ms. Gedden, who I think will be a wonderful successor to Dr. Kalyanaraman.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Ms. Gedden, thank you for your service. Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
I was going to say because I'm a Marine, but I'll say aye as well. Thank you.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 2523 has been adopted.
All right. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 2623.
Resolution number 2623, resolution approving appointment of Cedric Johnson to the Police Accountability Board.
All right, Ms. Schultz.
Thank you again, Kaylee Schultz from the County Executive's Office. Like Madam Secretary said, this resolution approves the appointment of Cedric Johnson. He is a recommendation of Ms. Hummer, Councilwoman Hummer, so I appreciate all of the work that we went in going back and forth and discussions and interviews and everything like that. This is filling a vacancy of someone that was removed in March 20th, 2023, and due to an attendance thing, had nothing to do with, the what she brought to serve. So per the code, we published and advertised for 30 days, and then with those recommendations, I brought them to Councilwoman Hummer for review. So Cedric Johnson is currently the Deputy Chief of Operations at BWI Airport, and he has extensive knowledge and experience in law enforcement and security roles. He is a retired Atlanta police officer in good standing since 2005 and has devoted his life to public service. So I ask that you adopt this resolution tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, and Ms. Corby, I'd like to be added on there as a co-sponsor. I should have done that from the beginning, and I'm very excited to have Mr. Johnson serve on the Police Accountability Board for us. I think he brings a wide range of experiences and is just a very thoughtful gentleman who will be a great addition to this board.
Oops. Well, now, any additional discussion? Seeing no lights, we will now open a public hearing on Resolution 2623. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
There were no submissions through the online testimony tool, Mr. Chair.
And I do not see any walk-ups or pre-sign-ups for this as well. Anyone in the audience that wants to on cue? 2 minutes and for the record.
My name is David Dull, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. So speaking on Police Accountability Board, I noticed that despite the fact that the Democrat Party has had a veto-proof majority of the state legislature for over 50 years, we still don't have a Police Accountability Board that has subpoena powers. I don't understand why that's such a problem. I thought you guys were supposed to be leading on this. So it's great that we have this accountability board, but I mean, that doesn't do anything if the police can just say, no, we're not going to give you the evidence. So this is awesome. I'm sure that Cedric's going to do a great job, but maybe we could contact some of our friends at the state level and have them push some bills to get this through, because I'm tired of waiting for Democrats to do something.
Thank you. All right, a public hearing on Resolution 2623 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 2623.
Resolution number 2623, resolution approving the appointment of Cedric Johnson to the Police Accountability Board.
Any final discussion? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 2623.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 2623 has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution number 2723.
Resolution number 2723, resolution confirming the appointment of members to serve on the Personnel Board for Anne Arundel County.
Schultz.
Again, Kaylee Schultz from the County Executive's Office. Resolution 2723 appoints Andrea Mansfield and reappoints Sarita Durant for terms that are coterminous with the County Executive to the Personnel Board. Ms. Durant is the Personnel Manager for the county's Department of Detention, and Ms. Mansfield, who previously served and I believe chaired the then known as the Charter Revision Commission, is now being forwarded for the Personnel Board and is right now a government relations professional for Manus Canning. So based on that, I hope you move forward and appoint these two wonderful people to the Personnel Board.
All right. And just for the public's knowledge, these board seats that we're sort of appointing people to, it's so important that we have citizen engagement, much like the gentleman that has spoke on the previous two. Whether we agree or disagree on their participation is so important, even with the bond authority that we talk about. So if you live in Anne Arundel County and you would like to be involved in how we govern, a lot of that kind of starts with the board participation. So please, 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 either email us, Ms. Kaylee Schultz as well, so that we can put you in where you fit in, quite frankly, where you have a passion to serve. I'm sure we can find a spot for you to participate. So.
A little plug and play. You can look at acounty.org/BC membership and it'll bring you to the vacancies page and the application.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2723. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not receive anything through the online testimony tool.
And I don't see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on 2723? You tricked me this time. Public hearing on Resolution 2723 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 2723.
Resolution number 2723, resolution confirming the appointments of members to serve on the Personnel Board for Anne Arundel County.
All right, seeing no lights, no final discussion. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on 2723.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 2723 has been adopted.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5223.
Bill number 5223, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, adequate public facilities, adequate school facilities, affordable housing, workforce housing, school utilization chart. All right,
Mr. Hunt, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan Hunt on behalf of the administration. At the table with me, I have Jensen Evelyn, who's our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Land Use. I also have Jenny Jarkowski, our Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning, Lynn Miller, our Deputy Zoning Officer, Kyle Roof from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and Greg Swain from the County Law Office. First of all, I want to thank the Vice Chair and Councilperson Hummer for co-sponsoring this important piece of legislation. It's an important piece of legislation for the administration. People put a lot of time and energy into this, including the work group whose report resulted in this legislation. The bill's objective is to ensure that school space in Anne Arundel County Public Schools is utilized responsibly and efficiently in a way that best serves our residents and students. It maintains a lower threshold capacity for closing areas to development than Baltimore, Montgomery, Prince George's, Howard, Harford, St. Mary's, Carroll, and Charles counties. As the current APF ordinance sunsets on September 1st of this year, we would ask that the council pass this bill tonight with no amendments. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Evelyn for a more detailed explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Ethan. Good evening, Council Chair Smith and members of the County Council. My name is Jansen Evelyn, and I'm with the Office of the County Executive. After receiving the school APF's work group's final report, County Executive Pittman was clear on what his staff needed to do to accomplish when repealing Bill number 8521, which was amended by this council via Bill 923 and the imminent sunsetting. First is to protect schools from overcrowding. Second, ensure that the county uses our limited school construction capital dollars efficiently to avoid having taxpayers spend millions of dollars in new school construction and school operational costs for empty seats. Third, provide an additional tool to address the affordable housing crisis we are currently in, which we can't do anything about if everything is closed. The ongoing pattern of multiple school closures in the county constrain the supply of new housing units, which in turn impacts housing costs. The bill before you does just that. It adjusts the timeline for the publication of the school chart, requiring the Office of Planning and Zoning to prepare the chart for delivery to the County Council by March 1st of each year, based on numbers provided by the school system on February 1st. So you have more current data. Second, it protects the school system from overcrowding by limiting development when a school is at 100% capacity or higher and still maintains a lower capacity threshold, as Ethan noted, than our neighbors in Baltimore, Montgomery, Prince George's, Howard, Hartford, St. Mary's, Carroll, and Charles County. If this legislation passed, or when this legislation passes, Anne Arundel County will be tied with Frederick County at 100%, the lowest in the state still. It creates a new provision that allows for a development project to pass the APF test if adjacent school districts have capacity. In other words, if an adjustment could be made to the boundary between the adjacent districts that would cause both districts to be below 100% capacity, then the school would remain open. What this does is encourages incremental redistricting of smaller adjustments on a more frequent basis so as to keep all schools below capacity over time and prevent the current situation of having multiple schools closed at a time. It also includes a very limited exception for qualified affordable housing to address the housing crisis we are in. This legislation, as written, has the support of both home builders and the Growth Action Network. Let that sink in. As County Executive Pittman noted in his weekly letter last week, fixing broken stuff in government is so satisfying, especially when it addresses school overcrowding and our housing crisis. On behalf of the County Executive, thank you for your time, consideration, and partnership with fixing broken stuff, with addressing the school capacity imbalance, addressing the housing crisis, utilizing existing capacity, and managing county growth in a manner aligned with the adopted Plan 2040. As Ethan noted, the current APF ordinance sunsets in September. Accordingly, we ask that the council pass this bill tonight with no amendments. We are happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
So for those that don't know, the Adequate Public Facilities sort of program that we have, I'm certainly supportive. I wanted to, if you could, Madam Secretary, add me as a co-sponsor. I don't know, I thought I did already. But it's so important to the utilization of our school system. And so one of the things that really, and I'm glad that Madam Vice Chair served on the committee, I think that put this recommendations in place. There was a number of different folks. But if you don't know, one of the things that really caught me off guard as they were doing this review was the amount of vacancies that we have in our school system. So our school system has capacity for about 96,000 students, somewhere in that ballpark. We usually have about 80,000, 79, 80,000 that are enrolled at any given point. So on average, we've been having about 15,000, 16,000 students or seats that are not filled by students, where a student is not sitting in that chair. Now, in my district, a lot of this, obviously in the northern part of the county, it certainly is impacted by capacity because the northern part has a lot of the human capital that lives here in the county for the most part. And so, we're certainly impacted by that. But when you look at the system as a whole, what triggers me the most is those 15,000. If you don't know, we spend about $15,000 per student in Anne Arundel County educating them. If you don't know that, your tax dollars on average somewhere around $14,000, $15,000 per student. So if you have 16,000 vacant seats with 15,000 per student, you're in a ballpark about $250,000 $40 million that taxpayer dollars go to that we don't actually educate a student with. Think about that. And so any effort that is used to leverage and to fill those vacant seats, hopefully the school district's redistricting process will help with that. We hope it does. But our council cannot rest on that alone. So we certainly have to do things that impact that. And so for me, which is why I'm certainly going to support this legislation, that number in of itself is just powerful. $240 million that you get taxed on, and it doesn't educate one student. And so with that said, I don't want to talk too much. I see my colleague from the district, this 6th district, would like to speak. Oh. Well, I see Madam Vice Chair light on it, so she'll have some moving remarks, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the administration for being here tonight and very eloquently explaining this bill. I don't really have much to add other than there was a large work group that worked for over 2 years to get us to this point, and the culmination of that work is in the summary report document. It's if you were involved in the work for 2 years, it's riveting. It's a riveting read, but may not be on everybody's bedside table. The policy, where we've landed in this bill on this policy is, I think, a very smart policy and I think it's perfect for Anne Arundel County at this time. There's new, the Education Facilities Master Plan was just adopted by the school system, and that is also a riveting read. It goes on to tell us and project through their data collection what Anne Arundel County Public Schools will look like in 2032. And it's interesting to note that in 10 years from now, while we will see growth according to their projections, they're still not getting us to our full capacity of seats. Now, we can't redistrict completely to utilize every single seat based on the way school capacity has been built in the county, but we can use good data and better data and more timely data to inform not just our school chart, our school utilization chart, but also how we spend our capital dollars, when and where we build additional seats to accommodate our growing county. Plan 2040 shows us growing in population by about 0.7% a year, just sort of steady growth. And the school system projections do the same. So I'm excited to see this bill. I think, like I said, they have happy to answer any questions from my colleagues. I've met with everybody. I'd like to see this bill passed tonight, and we can move along in our other legislative agenda that's quite heavy in the next coming meetings. But it's a good bill. It's good for the county. It's good for students, and it's good for our capital budget. So thank you.
Ms.
Hummer. Yes, so I also served on this committee as a representative of the school board a few years ago. That tells you how long this committee has been in place and we've been working on it. But this really does address some things. Ms. Pickard and I both were especially wanted to co-sponsor with this because we both served on the Board of Education. So we've been on both sides of this issue when it comes to school capacity and redistricting and how we utilize our things. And one thing that I'm really excited about in this bill that's kind of innovative for our county would be the adjacency proportion that allows us to look beyond the boundaries of clusters when it comes to using the schools. One of our duties of all elected officials in Anne Arundel is that we are to responsibly use our tax dollars to meet the needs of all our residents. And that means efficient use of all of our facilities. So the Board of Education has to ensure that all of our facilities are being used to the maximum efficiency that they can. And we, as the fiscal authority, have got to ensure that that efficient use is in place before we allocate more taxpayer funds for new schools or school additions or school renovations. So when we have some individual school enrollment that's under 80% capacity and others at over 100%, it's hard to argue that we're using all of our facilities as efficiently as possible. So the adjacency provision breaks the school system out of the limitations of only looking at school utilization with an individual cluster boundary and requires a more complete view across all nearby adjacent school clusters. And this serves as an encouragement to the Board of Education to review school boundaries on a regular basis and best utilize the space available, which is a benefit to all students and families. Having participated in multiple redistricting processes while on the Board of Education, I know that it is painful and often arouses high emotions. However, it's part of the mandate and duties of the board, and it needs to be done regularly and with a larger long-term vision for the school system and how it manages its facilities. And I believe this adjacency provision gives kind of a nudge to the Board of Education, present and future, to more regularly take the needed studies of school enrollment and make some sometimes uncomfortable decisions that are necessary for us to best use these. So I'm like Ms. Pickard, I'm excited on this bill. I think it really tackles some of the long-standing issues that we've had both on the council side and on the Board of Education side. And I'm looking forward to this passing.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the work of my colleagues on this bill and on the the work group, not task force, that worked on the school APF issues. One thing I'm particularly excited to see here is the better use of data, the fact that you're using a much earlier count, which is something I've raised multiple times. Mr. Swain and I have looked at multiple bills that I've tried to do that we've sort of held back. And I appreciate the administration being true to your word a few months ago, saying we would get this in before the next iteration of the school chart, and you have done that, so thank you. I will sort of tack one of the comments from my colleague to my right. The one thing I would say is that while the adjacency is certainly an interesting angle, and I think it's a clever way to look at this, for someone who has schools in my district that are at 60-something percent capacity, I do have some concerns about what this is going to look like in practice. So I'm not saying no to this. I will end up supporting this bill. But what I would say is I think that we as the council need to keep an eye on this, because if we start to see some really out of whack numbers coming in adjacent districts, we may need to come back and review this. So I just tee that up as kind of a future looking concern, because I think about Northeast next to Chesapeake, and there may be the ability to do some more building in the Northeast cluster, and the Chesapeake cluster has a lot of capacity. So all of a sudden you could really see Northeast explode in terms of the growth. And the argument would be, well, Chesapeake has plenty of capacity, so when you average the two out, they clearly fall under 100%. And then that does push the board to do some things. But I think we as a council have to be watching to make sure that they actually do it. Otherwise, we may really be exacerbating problems. So just something sort of forecasting that we should be looking at, and that I hope you all are looking at too. I appreciate the creative solution here. I just want to make sure that we're watching the effect of this, that we don't have other unintended consequences that we didn't consider before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the public's knowledge, if this bill were to fail this evening, I don't think it will, but we would then go back to the old language of 100% capacity with the dated data that really doesn't help us much at all. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Thank you.
But I think the old, like the middle and elementary is not at 100 right now currently. This moves it to 100%?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Ledbetter?
I was actually going to ask the same question as Ms. Fiedler, but I did have a remark as well. The adjacency part of this particular legislation, I will admit, made me initially quite nervous, actually for very similar reasons to Mr. Volke. There are quite a few schools in District 7 that are open, and then it's that worry about if we push an adjacent cluster too far and the Board of Ed doesn't step up to the place and do the hard thing and do the incremental redistricting, do we end up overburdening a particular school, not by intention, not by design, but by unintended consequence. But I will say that the arguments from my colleagues are very compelling, particularly the fiscal duty. We have a responsibility here at the council. We are the final fiscal authority. The money falls under our jurisdiction. Where kids go to school, ultimately, that responsibility to step up to the plate and make those hard decisions, that falls onto the Board of Ed. I think this is an instance where my responsibility tonight, the way I'm interpreting it, is to make the hard decision, to say I'm going to take a chance with this adjacency clause. I'm going to support this bill as it stands. Again, I'm going to second the idea of, as a council, keeping our eye on it together with the county executive's office to just make sure that we don't swing the pendulum too far in one direction in one particular cluster. And I have faith in our ability to work together in order to do that. So thank you for the discussion. Thank you for those of you who have worked for 3 years doing the research and the dialogue that it took to pull this together. I think this is a very positive step forward for our county, and I look forward to supporting it.
Can I ask one of you all at the table to make a mental note that in January of 2024, at one of our future work sessions, to come back and just talk about the implementation of this and how it's rolled out? Because obviously, if it September 1st, they won't have at least several months worth of data, just to give us a heads up. So if you can make that mental note and then come January or whatever, come back to us and say, hey, you passed this. This is what's been happening.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I just want to point out, as the county executive has noted again in his weekly letter last week, that we're also grateful for the school system for the fact that they're dealing with the hard stuff, and that they've committed to comprehensive county-wide redistricting, which ultimately will I would say, I'm trying to find the right word, but it would offset many of the concerns that several of the council members have raised with regards to, shifting the pendulum from one side to the next. And I'm confident that once the school system does do a countywide redistricting, we will have capacity for years. And so we would look forward to coming back and provide that update.
Ms. Pickard, did you see your light?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the things I think is interesting to talk about from the work group's research is the ebb and flow of enrollment growth and how it changes over time. One of the things that we've learned is that for every home constructed in Anne Arundel County, 7 turn over in a home sale. And it's those home sales and the generational turnover in certain communities over time. And it's very hard to predict. I think the school system does a really good job. We have student yield generation rate data by cluster, by area, by community. And the report that we put together not only sort of made a roadmap towards this policy, but it also highlighted some other things that we need to be doing in collaboration with the school system, which is regularly updating that student yield generation rate report every 3 years, every 5 years. That can be discussed. We have what we in Anne Arundel County colloquially call the MGT study. And for the last 20 years, we've done a comprehensive study of our school district, our schools, their aging, the aging facilities, the capacity, and it's that time again. So it's time to collaborate once again with the school system on a comprehensive study. And the report indicates that we should do that and maybe tweak the scope of that study to engage more in our enrollment growth and how that is spreading out and the ebb and flow around the county. But I appreciate the conversation tonight about adjacency, because I have Glen Burnie High School is near capacity or at 100%. With adjacent schools that are under capacity. So we all have that school that is close, and hopefully comprehensive rezoning is going to do a world of good for this moment in time as we go through both phase 1 and phase 2. But we know there's going to be that school that redistricting isn't going to support, and that's where we can direct our dollars towards capital, an addition of 4 or 8 classrooms, things like that. This is why good data matters. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the county executive moving forward with the exemption of qualified workforce and affordable housing. I'm a huge proponent. We have a very serious housing crisis, not just in Anne Arundel County, but across the country. School APF has been somewhat of an arbitrary barrier to home construction. But certain qualified workforce and affordable housing have their own unique financial constraints, and guaranteeing that they're going to pass the school APF test is imperative to them securing the proper funding for that need. To be honest, we have a housing crisis at every price point, and this is one of those policies that will help us direct with the use of Plan 2040 and our land and the rest of our land use code when and where and how we can build more housing to accommodate our workforce. So I appreciate everybody's support. I'm super excited to see this bill pass, and I would love to be celebrating a 7-0 on this bill tonight. That would be the best 4th of July present for this council member who's worked tirelessly on this topic. And it's something that we have to we have to pass this. So thank you.
Mr. Volker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because my colleague raised this, I just want to note for the public or anyone watching at home, just because we are exempting affordable or workforce housing from schools does not mean that they're exempt from the other adequate public facilities ordinance requirements like fire suppression, roads, sewage disposal, storm drain, water supply. So I just want to point that out in case anybody thinks that this is a carte blanche exemption. It is not. This is one piece of it. The second thing that I wanted to ask is to the Board of Education. So I heard this statement that there is a commitment from the board to do comprehensive redistricting, which I know they are in the midst of right now. Do we have a commitment on how frequently they're going to continue to do that? I know other jurisdictions do that on a relatively regular basis, sort of a rolling basis. I don't think that's been our history here in the county. I think we've sort of moved a few clusters at a time as opposed to looking holistically at the system. So do we know where the board stands on that?
They modified the, Kyle Roof for the record.
Yep.
They modified the policy last year. Anytime that we build a new high school or a new school, redistricting will take place, and they want us to look at more comprehensive redistricting at that time. Historically, we have done 1 and 2 school modifications, not large scale redistricting like we're doing right now. As folks have mentioned, this will push that more towards more redistricting on a more routine basis.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lebanon?
Thank you. In regards to that, the policy Mr. Volke was just asking about the redistricting, if I recall with the blueprint for Maryland education, I mean, that was part of the driving force behind the comprehensive redistricting that is happening now from the Board of Education. There's I'm at the risk of getting it slightly wrong. There was a component in order to secure some of the state funding. We need to make sure that we're using our schools in a reasonable capacity where they're somewhat more balanced. Is there anything within the blueprint that would kind of compel possible future redistricting from that same vantage point going forward into the future? I hope I'm making sense.
The calculation that the state uses for funding is based on adjacencies, so that does take into account what this bill is essentially doing, looking at adjacent schools, whether that adjacent school has excess capacity, that decreases the amount of state funding we have. So it ultimately means that we should be balancing more to get to that point.
Thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no additional lights, we'll now open a public hearing on bill number 5223. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, we did. But there was one submission that was made through the online testimony tool. Every council member got a copy. It's included in the summary that's posted online, and it has been added to the meeting record.
All right, and I see one that signed up in advance. Kurt? It's Vincent?
Hi, my name is Kurt Svensson. I live in Arnold. I support the county funding affordable housing projects, but not by sticking our head in the sand and ignoring the real impact such development will have on school facilities by exempting them from APF requirements. Here's a truth in budgeting alternative. Identify the impact these development projects have on school facilities and pay for mitigation using the Housing Trust Fund. I'm getting a little tired of hearing proponents of legislation like this talking out of both sides of their mouth. At the same time they minimize the likely impact of granting such exemptions, they argue the requirements otherwise present an onerous financial burden to affordable housing. Which is it? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Again, I support county funding of affordable housing projects. Please be open about the cost. With respect to counting capacity in an adjacent geographical attendance area as available, regardless of Anne Arundel County Board of Education intentions to redistrict, seems wildly optimistic. Even if the board declares its intent, we need an effective track record before counting those chickens before they're hatched. The APF has never restricted the Board of Education's ability to redistrict. This is putting the cart before the horse, and that is not an example of fiscal conservatism or leadership on the part of this county council. I'll conclude with the continued frustration over the timing of this legislation and the lack of public engagement leading up to its introduction. Much has been said about the 2 years plus of behind-the-scenes deliberation. Yes, some, few, stakeholders have been identified and invited in, but the school APF work group's final report, I can't find it on the county's website. If it's there, I'd love for somebody to tell me where it is. There hasn't been a work session on this bill, and now it's going to get voted. Thank you.
So we'll now hear from individuals who did not sign up in advance. Anyone who wants to speak in reference to this bill, please come up at this time. Time will be limited to 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. All right, this will be the last invitation. We're going to close after this panel. Spoken. Sir?
Yes, I'm David Michaels. I am an Arundel County resident. I am the Women's Program and Community Outreach Manager for the Chase Home Foundation. It's a 133-year-old trust. For 130 years, we took care of senior women displaced from society, but now we are spending most of our money and time with eviction prevention for women, single women, senior women, women and children. We have met with the county and we are collaborating with them to prepare on November 1st, 2023 at the Graduate Hotel, an affordable housing symposium. This is to speak directly to affordable housing in the county, and we are going to have 3 panels. The first panel is going to be on housing legislation and policies. We've asked Jake Day, Stuart Pittman, Shanika Henson, and a planning and zoning representative, and also the National Fair Housing Alliance. The second panel, we have Clifton Martin from HCAAC. Mr. Deputy Evelyn doesn't realize that he's getting invited to ask to be on the panel. Dana Johnson for Homes for America. And then we also have the Willow Construction, Jessica Mobillo, and Thad Waters. The third panel is going to be on fair housing, discrimination, and zoning. We've asked Molly Amster from Jewish United and the Organization of Hispanic Latin Americans, Heather Cassidy from the Lighthouse Shelter, and we're looking for a representative from the NAACP and Tunnel Vision Group of Mead Village. And then finally, we're going to go into workshops in the afternoon. Those workshops are going to be broken into tables. We're going to have Patty Prasada be the facilitator from Maryland Nonprofits. And then we are going to have a wrap-up session. So I'm in support of this because of the affordable housing component and what we need to do to help our constituents and people in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Good evening. Mr. Chair, council members, Matt Minahan, Edgewater, Maryland, chair of the Growth Action Network, and we're here to strongly support this bill. It sets the table for the Board of Education to take on school redistricting, we particularly think this is an excellent result from the 2 years of work that this committee has done. Ms. Pickard and Ms. Hummer, we appreciate your hard work on this and bringing this to closure, and particularly the staff of OPZ and Ms. Jarkowski in bringing this project toward this conclusion. You know, in more than one SAC regional meeting, developers were trying to strong-arm members to agree to no capacity limits on schools. We believe this bill finds the sweet spot between those who want more growth and those who want no growth. It continues the protection against overcrowding for students in county schools. It addresses the shortage of affordable housing in the county. It makes more efficient use of the county's school construction dollars, and it makes counting and the computation of these numbers open and transparent. We applaud the innovation of the adjacency provision in the bill, though we acknowledge it opens up a large and unknown kettle of fish for those who have to manage it. A good time to be not on the school board. Again, strongly supports Bill 5223 as written. We encourage your support, encourage you to resist any attempt to amend it, and we would hope to see a similar positive result from the Roads APF group, and look forward to the administration's moderately priced dwelling unit bill and the council's support for it when it comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Is it broke?
There it is.
There we go. Thank you. David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. First, I understand that we spend roughly $15,000 per student, but I think that's more like $32,000 when we include state and federal funding. I don't know if anybody would have those figures. The experts all went and sat down. So when I was tabling the NAACP, working the NAACP table at the Freetown event last summer, Mr. Volke was there. It was a great time. I did have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Simmons, who is now representative of District 12B. And I asked him a tough question, of course, very respectfully. I said, do you believe that working class parents from historically disadvantaged communities should have the same privilege to choose where they send their children to school as those who can afford private or can teach at home? And he said, absolutely. And so I said, well, you know, this is what I'm saying is that we should open up private schools for charter schools so that you could take that $32,000 and spend it at in a private school. I don't know why we don't have that here in Anne Arundel County. I think that it's we don't like monopolies. I don't think that we should have a monopoly on education for those who can't afford private schools or those who don't have time to teach at home. Now, as far as the other half of the bill, the affordable housing, I mean, I don't really like reform. I'd rather have abolition. I think that we should take a closer look at our zoning laws and maybe just throw it in the trash. So, you know, any movement forward on that is fantastic. But once again, you guys have had a veto-proof majority of the state legislature for over half a century, and we're just now getting to this. So what's the point of voting for a Democrat? Thank you.
Well, as a Democrat, thank you for those comments. Ms. Julie Johnson.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis. Well, on the mention of zoning and all, I encourage everyone to get involved in the zoning things that are happening in your region of the county, because boy, is it exciting and emotion-provoking, and the phone wire, well, no, the phone wires aren't hot because it's cell phones, but anyway, people are out there and there's a lot of agitation. But the agitation also links over to this school flexibility, or you've got another jargon term, and I should have written it down, you know, but you know, the fact that you can move a student from this, you know, school where he's been, you know, that's the boundary. Well, we'll move him over here because there's space over here, and it'll be less crowded over there. And I love the concept of really addressing the problem head on. But I was in the school system, and I remember the emotion. The parents were bonkers. The kids were worried. My big sister got to go to such and such a school, and I want to get to go there too, and I won't get to go there anymore. And it's really hard, you know, to deal with some of those kinds of things. And then, of course, there is the parent who said, we as parents looked at our budget and said, we are going to prioritize getting property in a district where we believe the schools are good, and that's why we chose this house instead of another one. And now you're telling me that doesn't count for beans. You're going to be shuffled over to elsewhere. And I do understand what you've done. I understand you worked hard and you got guts and grit. 2 years of that would be, in my experience, boy, that would be really tough to deal with, the conflicts and the anxiety and the concern. But it remains. It doesn't vaporize. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, the public hearing on bill number 5223 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5223.
Bill number 5223, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, adequate public facilities, adequate school facilities, affordable housing, workforce housing, school utilization chart.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I just want to share some added information. The average per pupil spending in the state of Maryland, including all local and state funds, is $17,524. Our public schools educate every single child that comes through the doors, which means including some of our children with the most severe disabilities, who on average it costs double that amount to educate those children. And for some of those children, it's far higher than that. But the public schools do not turn away any child. We also have 5 charter and contract schools in the county which receive that same per pupil funding from taxpayer dollars. So that is another form of school choice in the county. And we also have 8 magnet programs that encompass elementary, middle, and high school. So there's a significant amount of choice within the county. And I'm confident that this bill is just going to make our schools even stronger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address the concern about a lack of a work session on this legislation. I was actually trying to pursue pushing this out by a few weeks, talking to some of my colleagues, but then it became apparent that due to the timing of the introduction of the legislation and our legislative timeline, that doing that would essentially kill this legislation, and we would have to go back to the old and broken formula that estimates the amount of students in any one particular cluster. So for that reason, I will be supporting this legislation this evening, and also in addition to the comments made here by my colleagues.
And I'll make clear that even though for me, if there wasn't a work session, I spent the last maybe month having dialogues with the administration as well as even some council members on this legislation. So I'm not voting on this blindly for anyone that believes that's the case. So at least for me. Any additional comments? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5223.
Bill number 5223, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, adequate public facilities, adequate school facilities, affordable housing, workforce housing, school utilization chart.
Any final discussion? Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 5223.
Ms. Rodvian.
I'd like to vote aye, and with my vote, thank the members of the work group that spent so much time coming up with a balanced solution. So aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volke. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 5223 has been passed.
I'm sorry, please make a note that that's the early birthday present for Miss Madam Vice Chair over here.
I think she's tearing up over there. I've been working on this a long time.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and hear and vote on resolution number 30-23. It's another appointment that I was hoping we could do in that early group, and somehow I missed that number wasn't part of that early group. And I'm actually not sure if Mr. Arthur is here, but if he is, I didn't want him to have to wait any longer. So if I would ask for a second to that motion.
Is there a second? Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard. Aye. Mr. Volke. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion to suspend the rules to change the order to vote on resolution number 3023 has been passed.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution 3023.
Resolution number 3023, resolution appointing an Anne Arundel County citizen to serve on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group.
All right. Ms. Bravian?
Thank you. So this is a resident of District 6 who has expressed interest in being part of this particular commission. Actually, it's an advisory group, as the name says, the Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group. And it was really important to me that this person had interest in pedestrian issues, literally meaning not the boring kind, but pedestrians, people walking and biking and using transit on the bridge. And so we have not met in person, we've only spoken on the phone, so I don't know if Mr. Arthur is here, but if he is, I would like to say thank you very much for stepping up for this appointment. And I hope my colleagues will support this appointment.
Any admin? Okay. Any discussion from the councils? Seeing no lights. We'll now open the public hearing on Resolution 3023. Madam Secretary, receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
We did not, Mr. Chair, but we didn't have time to call any public hearing, to be fair. So I just wanted to note that.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just go ahead and jump to. Go ahead.
Chair Smith, could I make one more comment?
Please.
This is really just for informational purposes. Ordinarily, you would hear from the administration making a recommendation or an endorsement of a particular appointment, but because this particular appointment is strictly a county council function, the county executive does not weigh in on this. So I just wanted to let folks know that it's not that they they don't like him or anything like that. They just don't weigh in on this type of appointment.
Even better. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Resolution 3023.
Resolution number 3023, resolution appointing an Anne Arundel County citizen to serve on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group.
Any final discussion? Seeing no lights, please call the roll on Resolution 3023.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard. Aye. Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 3023 has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5323.
Resolution number 5323, an ordinance concerning zoning solar energy generating facilities.
All right. Mr. Hunt. And for those in the audience, while he's preparing, his name is Heathen Hunt. He is not the 007 that you anticipated, but I still think of him that way.
I do not get free tickets to any of the movies either, unfortunately. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ethan Hunt on behalf of the administration. With me is Lynn Miller from the Office of Law, from Office of Planning and Zoning, Kelly Kenny from the Office of Law. Bill number 5323 makes some changes to our solar facility laws. It revises the definition of solar energy generating facility community to align with state law, adds rooftop mounted only solar generating facilities as conditional uses in certain zones, exempts solar generating facilities on county owned or leased property, landfills, reclamation areas, and rooftops from some of the conditions in the county code, as well as removes distance limitations between solar generating facilities. We know that there's one amendment that is being offered by the chair. We spoke with him before the meeting. We are fine with it. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and we'd appreciate your support on this bill.
All right. Seeing no further lights up here or questions, we're going to open up the public hearing on this. So we're going to open up the public hearing on Bill number 5323. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, we did. There were 4 submissions. Everyone here got an email. It is included, the testimony is included in the summary that's posted on our website. It will be added to the meeting record.
And I do see 2 people that signed up in advance, so we can have them come forward at this time. That's Kathy Gramp and Adam Dubisky.
Good evening, Chair Smith. If I go first?
Yep, please.
Great members of the council. Happy Independence Day. My name is Adam Dubitsky, 721 Howard's Loop in Annapolis. I'm here on behalf of the Land and Liberty Coalition of Maryland. We advocate for renewable energy, mostly community and utility solar, mostly in rural and agricultural areas that are generally off limits in a lot of the state for that type of development. 5323 is an important step in the right direction by eliminating the arbitrary distances between solar facilities. It is opening the county further to a renewable development, and also by making, I believe, a technical correction, increasing the community solar generating cap from 2 to 5 megawatts. It's now aligned with the state. But we believe a lot more can and should be done to improve the environment, if you will, for clean energy here in Arundel County. The bill's language on a rooftop, on commercial and industrial, is also important. It goes a long way. However, if you take a look at a lot of the data from Sierra Club and groups on the left and the right and the middle, all the rooftops, industrial, commercial, landfills, brownfields are not enough to meet the state's greenhouse gas reduction targets. They don't even come close. Yet if you were to open up the state's agricultural land, a mere 1.3% of it, you would hit these targets and more within a very reasonable period of time. In fact, in recent years, a lot of the biggest opponents of solar on a portion of ag land, including the Maryland Farm Bureau, are now holding webinars on the benefits of this for families. We understand that it's often not the first choice in a rural area, but it does provide a real benefit to farm families who are making the choice of either walking away or selling to a developer. We hope that the county will continue to look into ways to increase or improve the environment for solar, do it in a way that protects the communities, preserves ag land, and also creates these opportunities for farm families who are often faced with making a really important decision on what to do with their land. I thank you for your time. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before I start, I did bring paper copies of my testimony and some very riveting.
You stay there, and we'll come to you. And thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Gramp. I live at 404 Arundel Road in Tracy's Landing in South County. I'm testifying tonight on behalf of the Advocates for Herring Bay. The Advocates for Herring Bay strongly support expanding clean energy in an ecologically sound manner. Our view on Bill 5323 is mixed. We support provisions that will expand opportunities for solar generation in the county, but we are concerned about the lack of effective standards for managing water quality impacts. We urge the council to pause action on this bill to allow time for amendments that will ensure that all future projects follow best environmental practices. Our concern is shared by experts from the Federal Chesapeake Bay Program and elsewhere who have flagged the need for soil and water quality guidelines tailored to solar arrays. They note that conventional regulations do not address the special features of ground-mounted projects, which typically involve clearing dozens of acres and maintaining a vegetated cover under and around solar panels for more than 20 years. The time to update the solar zoning code for best practices is now. Applications for new ground-mounted projects will be filed after this bill is enacted, and unless new guidance is in place beforehand, county staff will be managing those impacts using rules written for shopping centers and subdivisions. The status quo simply isn't good enough, as evident in the photos on your hard copy that are from the Patuxent Riverkeepers report on a lousy stormwater solar site in Prince George's County. Writing better guidelines for solar arrays is possible thanks to recent research by nationally recognized experts. A draft amendment incorporating that research is attached for your consideration on the reverse side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Please return to your seats. All right, and for those that did not have an opportunity to sign up in advance, please come forward at this time. This will be the last call.
Sure. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, council members. Matt Minahan for the Growth Action Network. We strongly support this bill, especially with the addition of 2 amendments that I'll mention in a moment. And we have one major reservation about this bill. If the county is going to meet Mr. Pittman's goal of being 100% free of dependence on fossil fuels for energy by 2030, it needs to make the adoption of solar a priority. And this bill certainly does that for commercial and industrial areas, and we applaud it. But as Kathy Gramp just mentioned, there are 2 amendments that this bill absolutely is in desperate need of. We are working closely with the advocates of Herring Bay on introducing an amendment which would improve construction management practices to avoid soil compaction, particularly on farms in the RA district. And also one that would require deeply rooted native vegetation under the array to keep the stormwater on site and to keep the soil moist. This is really important in case the operator wants to return the land to arable production. If you ever want to take the solar out and plant again, you can't have soil that's so heavily compacted. And I think you've seen pictures what happened at the Patuxent River watershed from that badly managed solar project there. So we hope you would consider these amendments when introduced, and we applaud the county's intention for this bill. Our one major reservation, our one gripe is one you've heard from us before. This bill again exempts the county from all of its own rules and regulations that otherwise govern every other solar, school, utility, office building, park, and any other project the county builds. We believe the county should be held to a much higher standard in its own projects and should not grant itself special treatment, especially regarding regulations that protect the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. First of all, Mr. Smith, my apologies. Some of your colleagues know me. I was formerly the chairman of the Anne Arundel County Libertarians, and so my disdain for the Democrat Party isn't a personal one. It's just that, like I've said, I've seen your party just doesn't go anywhere, and it's very frustrating being in a blue state and not seeing advancements on social justice.
I still love you, so it doesn't matter to me.
Thank you. Right back at you, sir. So anyway, I'm sorry, not anyway, but further, as a libertarian, we believe no individual has the right to use force or fraud against another. So we believe that you have the right to do whatever you want with your private property as long as it's not doing any damage. That was a really good point about what happens if you have these solar panels and then you have erosion, which is the same as toxins. It's detrimental to the environment. So I think it's clear that you should be able to do whatever you want with your property, but if that's going to cause damage to our waterways, then you need to be held accountable. So yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm going to be pretty short. I think you had some really excellent testimony. We're all concerned about, climate change, especially if you were doing any breathing this month. Orange is bad for me. Red is bad generally for everybody, but purple is just, you experienced it and you know what it felt like. So we need to address the solar. And I want to thank the people who've come with really well-prepared testimony. I think that those photos that you got really tell the story. We have to be concerned about the environment when we bring in solar. There was something that was on WAMU in the last few days about the problems of, you get some plans for doing a solar project, except that you can't get it onto the grid in certain states because you just don't match up with what's, the problem of getting the juice from the solar panels into the grid at a level where you're not overloading the grid and therefore causing problems, or failing to provide your share and the grid is in trouble. And it's more technical than any training I've really had. But I do hope that you're looking closely at that. And I do have to agree with Mr. David here that the county shouldn't be really exempting itself from the rules that apply to everybody else. And I know that may get me in touch with some other people who are, county people, but I still think it's right to what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And thank you so much. And thank you to the good testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Please be seated. Public hearing on bill number 5323 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5323.
Bill number 5323, an ordinance concerning zoning solar energy generating facilities.
If Mr. Hunt and his team would like to come back forward. I see we have a couple of amendments.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, please. Mr.
Can I ask a
Booker.
quick question?
No, please.
Ms. Kenny or Mr. Hunt, you're both sort of quasi-office of law people. I'm curious, I just want to check. It seems to me like this bill at present, we are regulating a commercial activity, which is the generation of solar power through the zoning code. Am I getting that right? Is that what we're doing here?
Kelly County Supervising County Attorney, I would see it more as a land use bill regulating the use of land, not the commercial activity.
Well, we're regulating what you can do on land, right? So the commercial activity would be the attachment of these solar generating facilities on land or not. So
Correct.
From a commercial standpoint or a commerce standpoint, this seems to me to be an example of where we are regulating commerce in the zoning code. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to understand if I get what we're doing now correctly.
Well, Kelly County Supervising County Attorney, again, I don't see it so much as regulating commerce as,
Okay.
I mean, because you could say that then for every building that's constructed, that there's
Sure.
some kind of commerce going on there and we're regulating commerce. So I see this more as a land use and zoning
Okay,
bill.
got you. But currently, we have pretty high prohibitions. We're going to lessen some of those prohibitions by this bill if it's passed. Is it fair?
Correct. There are some prohibitions, mostly with regard to rooftop solar panels that will not need to be complied with, but mostly because everything that's in the code right now that is going to be exempted for rooftop doesn't really apply to rooftop forest conservation, things
Got
of
it.
that nature.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just for the record, I don't know if I was co-sponsor. I know I submitted the bill through me, but to make sure I was a sponsor on this bill, is that necessarily needed since he came through me, Madam Secretary? It's kind of weird. Every time I see my name on there, I'm doing it on behalf of the county executive.
Oh, okay.
But-
We can certainly change the sponsor line if that
Check.
is what you would like. Should the
just
sponsor
wanted-
line have read introduced by Mr. Smith by the request of the county executive? Is that what it should have read?
I just wanted to make sure I
The
was
amendment.
a sponsor on it, even though it's done through me, but just like the previous effort in the past, primarily because I went to the county exec several months ago. We talked about this as well. I have millions of square feet of warehouse in District 1. BWI Airport is in my district. And so to be able to leverage rooftop capacity for solar is something that I've always been interested in over the last probably 6 or 7 years. So this was an effort to permit that activity, at least consider it. And you'll notice if you look at the bill, a lot of these things are conditional use. They aren't guaranteed. They have to meet certain conditions before they're permitted to do that. So that's a little history on that bill. But this is more just clarification on.
Sure. So just so I can make sure I'm getting it correct here, would you like to be added as a co-sponsor to the bill, which is 5323?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Mhm. And I see we have an amendment. I'm Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment strikes the provisions that would repeal solar generating facility community and solar energy generating facility utility scale as a conditional use in W1 industrial zoning districts.
So this was my amendment. Somehow, through when the bill was being constructed, the conditional use in W1 and what was the other one? It's in the bill here, but it was already in there before, and then somehow through construction of the bill, it was eliminating those. So I'm taking out that elimination piece so that it can stay in that as a conditional use within those zoning categories. Is that fair to
That's
say?
correct. Yep.
Okay. So motion to adopt.
Second, Allison Pickard.
Right. I guess I did, yeah. Just so I guess I did make the motion. Any additional clarification or comments on the amendment number 1? Essentially is, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sure. Since this was a bill introduced by the county executive, I was interested to understand the original intent of the bill was to remove the conditional out of W1. So I wanted an opportunity for y'all to acknowledge this amendment, putting it back in, and is it problematic? Because it seems like W1 is a great place for very quiet and non-messy industrial use, which is solar.
Correct, Madam Vice Chair. It's not a problem. Can defer to the Office of Planning and Zoning and give a little bit of a better explanation than I can.
Sure. Lynn Miller, Planning and Zoning. When we were initially working on the bill, we had thought about treating the W1 district, which is our industrial park district, similar to the commercial districts when it comes to solar facilities, where they're allowed on rooftops only. And part of that rationale was that we have a relatively limited supply of land inventory zoned for commercial uses and office park uses. And so we thought, about trying to reserve those lands for the uses that they're primarily zoned for, office parks, business parks, technology parks. But after further discussions, we also understand that they're probably some of the more appropriate places in the county to try to locate these facilities, and it might be somewhat limiting to limit them only to rooftops. So we are comfortable with the amendment.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more comments, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Right, so bill number 5323 will be heard on July 17, 2023. Now let me pass that. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5423.
Bill number 5423, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, credits, high-performance buildings.
Ms. Hummer.
Yes. So currently we offer property tax credit for high-performance dwellings, which means dwellings that meet national LEED standards, either silver or above. But that definition that we have currently only includes a principal residence structure, such as a single-family home. This bill expands the tax credit to include all buildings, commercial and residential, that meet or exceed silver rating of the U.S. Green Building Council and LEED. I believe it's commonly agreed with everyone that building energy-efficient buildings is a good thing. And for the environment, for businesses, for our residents. And while these energy efficiencies are a cost savings over the life of a building, there are upfront costs to achieve the standards that can sometimes be a barrier for projects. So this bill would expand the tax credit as an incentive for more of our new development to reach silver, gold, platinum, or emerald status.
Yep.
Sure. Okay, Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. And joining me at the table is Brian Shank from the Office of Finance and Kelly Kenny from the Office of Law. We appreciate the sponsor working with us on this bill and sharing potential amendments. As we've noted to the sponsor, this change may create some revenue loss to the county that may be spread out among other county taxpayers. However, we understand the intent of the bill and we're supportive of encouraging more sustainable, energy efficient buildings, as the sponsor discussed. We're also aware that Baltimore County offers a comparable tax credit for such buildings, but as a policy matter, this is a decision of the council, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you. You just mentioned that Baltimore County might have a similar program. Does that help us get any idea of what the cost is?
So I'll refer that to Brian. It's the speaker.
And to clarify, I think I will support it regardless, but I would like to know what the cost is.
Brian Shank, tax
Or at
billing
least an
manager
estimate.
in the Office
Sorry.
of Finance. When we did look into this, I did reach out to Baltimore County to find out what they could give us in the way of numbers. I never got a response to my inquiry, unfortunately.
All right. Any additional comments?
Oh, and I do have some
Yes.
amendments to the bill.
Yep.
At that appropriate time.
All right, we will now open the public hearing on bill number 5423. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
There were no submissions made to the online testimony tool.
And I do not see anyone that signed up in advance. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on bill number 5423? Yep. This is the last call, so please come forward at this time. I think we're going to have to buy you a house about 1 mile south. Just move you across the line there, sir.
I'll take it.
That's okay. He's an engaged citizen. I love it. There you go.
Oh, thank you. David Dull, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. Deregulation, great. Libertarians love that. I wish this was across the board. I wish this didn't have to do with the climate alarmists. But yeah, any way that we can chip away at the zoning laws and maybe eventually throw it in the garbage, that would be great. Thank you.
That's why I love you, David.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. One of my friends from college became a professor of ecology, and so after he left being a professor, he went back to the college town and bought 3 acres of land and built what he aspired to be, a really top-notch LEED home. Only problem is that he didn't have the guidance that he needed. He did all the stuff, but somehow it didn't count. So that was very depressing. So if you're going to do this, I would hope as a supplementary thing at some point in time, you provide some guidance it cost him money because he wanted to do it. He wanted to build this kind of house, and it was so cool. 0 degrees outside, no heat, no heat expended. And with the way he built the house, 65 degrees inside. Nothing, from 0 degrees to 65 is pretty darn good. Wear a couple of sweaters or something. But the other concern that I have is tangential. It's not really part of the bill. But as we look at these horrible storms, these terrible fires that are going on all over the globe, you understand that some of us are really on a different bandwagon about, we need to change our building codes so that we're building stronger structures, homes that can withstand the higher winds. When I started messing around with roofing, I wanted to get the roof shingles that had, the solar in it, and you didn't have to put the panels on. And they sell them in California, but they won't sell them in Maryland until somehow they build the market. And I'm going, but I'm a market, I'll buy it. Well, we'll send you the brochures, but we're not selling. And I didn't want to import them from, you get the picture. It's not an important thing that way. But that we need to be making the adjustment that we can in order to have things work. And Simpson Strong Ties. Hold the house together. Simpson is the brand. I'm not supporting it because I don't really know much about it, but that's the thing they're using in Florida.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You all can be seated.
And some housing solution, you can put in 6 nails,
Thank
it will stand what height.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, public hearing on bill number 5423 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5423.
Bill number 5423, an ordinance concerning finance, taxation, and budget, real property taxes, credits, high-performance buildings.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment repeals the requirement that a building that qualifies as a high-performance building under the U.S. Green Building Council Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, LEED, Green Building Rating System do so under, quote, the current version of the system.
Ms. Summer?
Yes, just the standards for LEED are updated and changed accordingly. And many projects, as we know, take multiple years sometimes to develop, and if this is to make sure that they can continue building under the version that they were first part of, rather than constantly having to change to meet whatever changes may have been made to the code.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Rodvian, so moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Administration?
Yeah, Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. We are supportive of this amendment. We understand that it's just intended to clarify for potential applicants the process. I do want to point out, though, that the Finance Office and the administration of this tax credit looks to the certificate issued for the lead rating and then does the tax credit calculation accordingly. So in that respect, it's not going to change the process, but I understand it will provide some clarification.
Got it. Any, Ms. Summer? See a light on?
No. Oh.
Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Rodvian. Aye. Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard. Aye. Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read the title of amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2, this amendment increases the maximum amount of the property tax credit for buildings rated LEED Gold or NGBS Gold and buildings rated LEED Platinum or NGBS Emerald.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, just after the bill was drafted, I did some further research on the impacts of the tax credit to various properties and the size of them, and realized that we really should make the tax credits for commercial properties in line with what we have for residential properties. So this amendment just increases the maximum tax credits for gold and platinum or emerald level buildings to be the equivalent of 20 times those of residential dwellings, which is what we had for the silver level as well.
Motion to adopt?
Rodvian, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Pickard.
Madam?
Thank you. Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office. So again, this is a policy matter best left to the council, but we certainly understand the logic that the sponsor chose.
You're saying you're raising it to meet the levels of the residential components that are in place right now?
To 20 times the level of the residential, because the taxes on commercial properties are higher than residential. It's the equivalent. So we already had that. The equivalency was for silver level. The tax credit was already at 20 times, and we just bumped these. This amendment just bumps the gold and emerald platinum levels to be the same ratio.
Madam Moderator, what was the? I was trying to pick up the blue letter on that particular bill. Was there any estimate on the? And I didn't get that in advance. I mean, I got it in advance, but I didn't get a chance to look at it.
The
fiscal impact.
Check.
That was my question too.
Yep, I don't have that in front of me. Let's see if the admin has it.
Wasn't.
Do you have the fiscal impact in front of you, Ms. Dyer? I don't have it.
So I do. I wasn't sure if you wanted the auditor to speak to that, or if you.
Yeah, I was trying to get the auditor to
I'm
speak
sorry.
to it.
I didn't know which.
Yeah.
I didn't know who you were talking to.
Michelle Bolaire, County Auditor. We used the online resources, and it looks like there are estimated 19 commercial buildings that may qualify, but it was just, we were doing comparisons based on the properties that we saw and estimates that were.
Okay. And what was the number that was in there? 19 properties?
Commercial
Okay.
buildings that may qualify for the silver certified tax credit. I guess it was silver at the time.
Check. Okay. Mr. Volkey?
Well, Madam Auditor, can we do some back of the napkin math for a second? So it looks like in your blue letter that it says there were 28 properties, I believe, of residential nature qualifying for a total tax credit of $31,000. So if we had 19 commercial properties, do we anticipate that the cost is going to be more or less than the residential tax credits that we're doing, considering we're giving the same tax credit to the commercial that we are to the residential? And if so, can we do some quick math off that and get a ballpark? Or am I missing something?
I would like to bring in the Office of Finance, but I think that generally there's a pretty large difference between the assessments for residential versus commercial.
Okay. Can we ask Office of Finance if you have any idea what the difference is between the residential versus commercial assessed value, maybe on average or something?
Brian Schenk, Office of Finance. The average, I believe we talked about in the budget this year, was about $460,000 for the average residential property. That would be land and improvement on the property. Commercial property is probably about 15 to 20 times that, because it is based in part on income and expense of the commercial activity on the property. So maybe $4.6 million for commercial property.
So in this example, I just want to make sure I'm following it. If we got 19, if the average is, if those 19 properties took advantage of this, it would be the 19 times 60. Is that accurate? I mean, I know I'm a Marine and I just color with crayons, but I'm just trying to make sure
So Hannah Dyer from the County Executive's Office, I guess to start us, and then maybe Brian can fill in a little more detail. The first step, right, is figuring out the LEED certification, whether it's silver, gold, or platinum. And then that drives part of the calculation. And then the second safety valve piece is the cap, which is what we're discussing in the amendment here. So the administration likes the idea of having a cap on these credits because that gives us some certainty, it's a little easier to estimate from year to year. I believe if you look at the list of properties that the auditor's office reviewed, most of them would be in the silver category. But maybe I can let Brian fill in a bit more detail.
Right, but I'm saying that worst case, if they were all gold, or what's the highest rating?
Emerald.
Emerald.
Something higher than both silver and gold.
Sounds like some my ex-wife would ask for it, which is probably why she's my ex-wife. But $60,000 max for each of those 19 properties?
That would be correct, sir.
Right. So if you do 19 times 60, worst case scenario, what is that? That math? 1.4 million. Bam. Okay, so now we have a target. Million and a half. Worst case scenario. That is potentially the cost of this program. Okay. All right. Madam Vice Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to chime in with the back of the napkin, but seems like that has gotten sorted out. But it's not an expense. It's a loss of potential revenue.
Correct. Mr. Volke.
You said $1.5 million? That's what
I just snowballed it and said 1 point. I think she said 1.4, 19 times 60.
Well, here's what I did. I took your average 460 and I looked at the 28 properties, $31,000 for the tax credit. It produced an average per property of $1,113. That's 0.2% of the assessed value of 460. So then I applied that same number to your 15 times the average assessment, which is $7 million. And I said, what's 0.2% of that? That would be $13,800 multiplied by 19 properties is only like $262,000. Can you guys do the same kind of analysis I just did there to give us a number on this before the next meeting so that we have something?
We certainly could. I mean, we'd probably want to have a list of the properties to better look at the assessments. We're in the middle of tax billing right now, and we have actual numbers as of July 1, 2023.
That'd be great.
So that would be helpful.
Yeah, so we can get something.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was helpful. Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hummer, I just had a quick question when you were mentioning that you used the ratio of 20 to 1 using the calculations from residential to commercial. Is there a reason that you picked 20? This is a curiosity question, or?
No, it originally had been starting with Silver Lead was a $20,000 tax credit, and that was 21, and that was just decided to make the other two the equivalent ratio for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 2.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volke. Aye. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
All right. Bill number 5423 will be heard on July 17th, 2023, to include the napkin math there. All right. Thank you. And I think what most of the audiences are excited to hear about, Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 5523.
Bill number 5523, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, codes and supplements, fire prevention code, zoning, recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities.
Mr. Vokey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought everybody was here for the other resolutions afterward. All right. The auditor did a nice job of doing a write-up on what this bill does in the blue letter, so I'm just going to read that for purposes of the record to be a baseline. But before I do that, I want to thank all my colleagues because I know a number of you spent a lot of time this weekend trying to completely digest and understand this bill, and I appreciate that. I know it is a complicated topic. I know that this is not the type of bill that you can just pick up and read and immediately get a sense of. So I thank you for the work that you have put into this, all of you, to try to understand this bill and the impacts of it. As the auditor mentioned, this bill establishes fire prevention code requirements for recovery residences, group homes, or community-based assisted living facilities located in single-family detached dwellings under certain circumstances, modifies the definitions of group home 1 and 2, requires proposed recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities with 6 or more occupants to comply with change in occupancy provisions, and permits existing recovery residences to be classified as single-family detached dwellings under certain conditions. Recovery residences are added as a permitted use in all residential districts and authorized to have a specified number of on-site parking spaces. Also subjects Group Home 2 facilities to new and modified requirements for conditional uses and requires recovery residences with 5 or fewer occupants to comply with the 2018 IRC. So a little bit of background on this bill. As many of you who've been on the council with me for the past 4 years know, this has been an area that I have continued to dig deeper and deeper into in my understanding of recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities. Specifically, there was a Bill 1620 that I had a few years ago that attempted to include a definition of what a recovery residence was in our county code because that does not presently exist. That ultimately did not pass in the final version of that bill, and so we continued to exist in a county where there are things called recovery residences and where people who are in recovery certainly have these recovery residences they can go to, but it is not something that is recognized by our zoning code. That is a problem because our zoning code basically says if something exists in the code, you can do it, and if it doesn't, you usually can't do it. However, recovery residences have been a bit of an exception to that. So the first thing that this bill does is includes a definition of recovery residences in the code. There will be an amendment at the appropriate time, and I will ask my colleagues to support this, that actually adopts much of the language from Bill 6123 that my colleague Ms. Pickard has introduced that is pending in front of the council, and adopts the system that she was looking at with respect to defining and putting certain requirements on recovery residences. That is the first piece. Additionally, this bill does some things with respect to group homes. It removes the cap on group homes that currently exists in the code. Currently, group homes are limited at 16 individuals who are allowed to live in a group home 2. This takes that out and instead ties it to the number of bathrooms, the number of square feet for living space, so it does not include a cap anymore if this bill passes on how many folks can be in a group home. What it does is ties it to some other metrics as opposed to arbitrarily saying 16 is the number. Additionally, it does the same thing for recovery residences, ties in the number of folks who can be in there. If you are a certified recovery residence, if you are an uncertified recovery residence, there is a cap on the number of individuals who can be in that residence. The iteration that I proposed was a cap of 5. The iteration in Bill 6123, I believe, is a cap of 6 people, and that is what, under an amended version of this bill, hopefully will be the cap for uncertified recovery residences, with obviously an intent on the part of the council to encourage recovery residences to get certified. One of the things that this bill also looks at regulating is a practice known as PHP with a pillow. So effectively where a provider is offering outpatient care that requires a level of clinical care, but the way that the model is set up, they are doing it where they are allowing those individuals to stay in a recovery residence, and that recovery residence is not regulated or staffed or having the clinical care there at the recovery residence. So typically, the people who are in that program would need a group home level of care, but the way the providers are operating, they are providing that care off-site, and then they are bringing these individuals to a home that they are calling a recovery residence. So instead of these people who need this level of care and deserve this level of care getting it in a group home setting, they are instead being treated in an off-site facility and then left in this other property where they're effectively being called a group home, or excuse me, a recovery residence, which is really a group home, but it's a big loophole. So part of what this bill does is basically shuts down that loophole and says that with respect to the care that's being provided, we're going to ensure that the folks who are most vulnerable in our community, people who are struggling with addiction and who are on the path to recovery, are in fact getting the care that they need. So with that, I look forward to a robust discussion on this bill. I appreciate all of my colleagues and the amendments that have been proposed. I look forward to hearing from the administration and others, and I think that's all I have.
Awesome. Sure. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ethan Hunt on behalf of the administration. I do have with me at the table Andrew McCara from Inspections and Permits, Lynn Miller from the Office of Planning and Zoning, and our county attorney, Greg Swain, who is very familiar with this topic. Also in the audience, I do have Chief Tricia Wolford and Captain Donna McGuire from our fire department. We're all here to answer any questions that the council may have. I understand this is a very important topic. It's a complex topic. It involves the intersection of local, state, and federal law. I know that both the sponsor and our vice chair have been working on this issue for quite some time. I know there are several amendments that the council is going to consider, as well as another bill on this subject that will be heard at the next meeting. The administration is committed to continuing to work with the sponsor and the vice chair to ensure that the number one priority is making sure that everyone who needs treatment has it available to them, and that no one is turned away from getting help when they need that assistance. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we are going to kick off a robust conversation. I do think defining recovery residences in the code is needed. I don't agree with the definition that has been provided in Bill 5523. I think it is imperative that this county work with our partners at the state and align our definitions with state code. And so that is one major difference that my colleague to the right is not pulling in via amendment from Bill 6123 to this bill. So I'll have an amendment to do that. I think it's really important that we look at, so this council and councils prior to this in the Office of Law have been looking to address this complicated problem of recovery residences for a long time. I don't want to, 4 years is a long time for me, but I know Mr. Greg Swain has been working on it even longer than that. It's complicated and it's frustrating, and the 7 of us here representing the county council are going to find ourselves in uncharted territory. So my concerns with the bill before us tonight are very hard to explain, but the affiliation aspect brought into this bill concerns me greatly. There is a continuum of care that deals with recovery from your lowest level of clinical supervision, which is your recovery residence, which is like a house of people all agreeing to support each other in recovery, all the way through hospitalized treatment and everything in between, 1.0, 2.5, 2.7, 3.5, 3.7, all regulated at the state level, all accredited, licensed, and certified at the state level, funded through Medicaid, funded through payer insurance, funded in lots of different ways. It's complicated. So everybody on the council and many people in this room know that I disagree with using the zoning code to further regulate and have oversight over behavioral health. With that said, there may be issues that the Behavioral Health Administration need to work on in this space of treatment. But the zoning code, I fundamentally disagree is the place to deal with it. I'm glad that my colleague agrees with the two-tiered system of certifying and using the code to deal with our recovery residences that truly need to be able to function in this county and provide a incredible service to our residents dealing with addiction. Without those 91 certified recovery residences operating, we'd be in trouble. We would be in trouble in this county. So I look forward to working with my colleagues to get this policy to a good place so we can, and my goal has been for the last 4 years to deal with the recovery residence issue and making sure they can all reach certification and function in a way that is, while adhering to the National Association of Recovery Residences and MCOR requirements, also enjoy the benefits of being a single-family home as the Fair Housing Act and ADA require. So I'm happy to answer any questions from my colleagues, but we'll probably just, I don't know if the plan is to open the public hearing or to continue if colleagues have questions. It's going to be a long conversation.
Any additional comments from the council? All right, so we're going to open up the public hearing on bill number 5523. Madam Secretary, did we receive any testimony through the online testimonial tool?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the council, there was we got some substantial submissions, 74 online submissions. We also got a handful of letters from some outside groups that were shared with everyone and have been added to that meeting folder.
Thank you. And I also see we have a number of individuals who have signed up in advance. So I'm going to call your name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Mr. Chris Pedersen, Ms. Sarah Burden, Tom, is that Neidert? Thomas Burden, Joe Rogers, Teresa Hessler, okay, and we're going to start it off with Mr. Chris, on you. Oh, we're going to turn it 1 second. There you go. 2 minutes just for everyone. Awareness. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Chris Peterson. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Evolve Life Centers. I've had the honor to be the first employee of Evolve when it was just a recovery residence and to watch it grow, expand, and adapt to be able to offer life-saving services to those in need, serving hundreds of clients at any given time and employing 100 individuals here in Anne Arundel County. A blanket statement was thrown out at our provider meeting a few weeks ago that said something along the lines of amend this bill and the only people who will be upset are the PHP with the pillow program. I'm here to tell you that is not true. Understanding the intent of this bill to take a complicated topic and make it simple, define recovery residences, should be a simple task of adopting the state's definition. And I was in line with that originally. But because we offer multiple services, properly in line with the continuum of care, we became villainized. If anyone was to tour our recovery homes, there's one thing you wouldn't see: staff. Although someone in our recovery houses may be engaged temporarily with PHP services, IOP, or mental health services, they are not discharged from the recovery house once they complete. They are free to stay as long as they need. So to be forced to close any level of care we are operating correctly upsets me to my core, and it is not the proper way to go about whatever fight others are trying to pick. What qualifies me to discuss such issues is my experience. I became an expert when if I see a bill, if it was present 9 years ago, it would have drastically changed the trajectory of me and my son's life for the worse. When I interject this further into my personal life, I realized I am about to get married in 61 days. My fiance is also in recovery, and she's a lifelong Anne Arundel resident who saw treatment at Pathways in Anne Arundel County, and following her discharge, stepped immediately into PHP while in a recovery house to bridge the gap for her. She has been clean ever since. She is a full-time mother attending a graduate school program for social work, and my son is gaining a stepbrother in 61 days. We purchased a home in Anne Arundel County, and our child attends school in Anne Arundel County. So if anyone in this room has an issue with the definition of recovery residences changing and disrupting the continuum of care, it should be me. The current definition makes a villain out of heroes fighting an uphill battle against an epidemic, trying our hardest to secure futures for those that need it the most. Let us please shift our focus back to saving lives and not on legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Sarah Burden, and I am the owner of Evolve Life Centers. Evolve is one of the few providers in this room, county, and state that has been able to structure itself offering multiple levels of separate care, truly fostering a continuum of care model that the American Society of Addiction Medicine will shortly be recommending for all of us to use in their updated manual in November. Having multiple levels of outpatient and residential care, regardless of where that client lives, we believe in a true continuum of care that allows for a client who has stepped through our treatment models, if they are in need and they choose to stay in a structured recovery housing until they're ready to take their next steps out on their own and maintain their recovery. Now you can see why I had to dissect this bill from multiple perspectives to see the potential effects that it would have on the delicate population that we serve. Please allow me to go on the record. I agree with the sponsor of this bill on recovery residents needing to be defined in our county code, and I agree with the current group homing language changing, lifting some of the restraints currently placed in order for our residential providers to be able to better serve our county's mothers, fathers, and children. Where we seem to keep coming to an unfortunate standstill is why we need this and how we need to accomplish this task. This should be an easy task. The state has already accepted and adopted the definition used throughout our country, but this bill would in fact change that. Why? Keeping the definition consistent is a need, not a want. This is a need for us so that we are protected and not prosecuted while providing life-saving care during a national epidemic. To alter from that definition at all is setting a precedence throughout our state, driving us years back in progress made by advocates and providers alike. I believe we are all aware of the target of this bill, intending to strike down PHP with a pillow. But to think this target was motivation to put in place a bill that has the immediate effect that would leave me choosing between which much needed service do I choose breaks my heart. I poured my life, my energy, and my savings into this program, and I continue to add services so that we can save as many lives as possible, not so that we would be forced to close programs to satisfy someone's vindictive agenda towards others. None of us, including the county council, should be comfortable with being pawns in someone else's game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Burt.
Hi, guys. I'm Tom Neidert, Thomasville Restoration. I've been you can look at it, I'm not reading, so. I've been a home builder in Anne Arundel County for 30 years, so really I'm just here to talk about the zoning aspect of it all. And I mean, to really try to address this subject specifically with telling people what type of business they can own through a zoning perspective. I'm sure my man from Curtis Bay is going to get up here and support me with that. But, you know, it's unrealistic. It doesn't even make sense. Before you know it, I won't be able to own a gym and a tanning salon, or I won't be able to own a body shop and a repair shop all at the same place. It's just not the place for it. You know, I agree with Ms. Piggott. You know, there probably is a spot that needs to be addressed, but it shouldn't be through zoning laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burden?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chairman, and the rest of the council. Just so you know who I am Sarah's dad.
I was going to ask that. Is there a relation?
My name is Tom Burden, founder of Achieve Behavioral Health Services and New Points Recovery Communities. They're in Harford County, they're in Baltimore County, they're in Baltimore City. I'm here just to support this industry. The statistics show that there's 62.2 million people in the United States ages 12 or older using illicit drugs in the past year. That's 21.9% of America's population, which is nearly 2 in 5 young adults. In 2022, 46.3 million people suffered from alcohol use disorder. 13.5% of the adults suffered from both substance abuse disorder and mental illness. And 12.3 million had serious thoughts of suicide to end their life of untreated substance abuse disorder. Opioid deaths alone were 100,000 in 2022. This disease, when untreated and unmanaged, will only increase. The death rate is more than the number of fatalities of a jetliner crashing every day for the rest of this year. Many of these people are in the county here and all Baltimore counties. The Americans with Disability Act provides the right to manage, house, and care for those people with this disease. The people suffering are children, lawyers, doctors, teachers, moms, dads, husbands, and wives. The disease of substance abuse disorder recognizes no age, race, or class. It affects every family in this state. To deny these people a chance to treat this disease is morally and ethically wrong. Any disease in any county in Maryland that brings suffering to families with these huge numbers needs to access the treatment and care we need for more, not less. Please don't support Bill 5523 or any bill that takes away our citizens' rights to treat and manage this addiction. I keep hearing every day somebody has to do something about this epidemic. We're all here, we're all somebody, we all care, and we can all do this. Just do not support this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Roger.
My name is Joe Rogers. I'm here representing Project Chesapeake. We are a family-owned behavioral health provider based in Anne Arundel County. My wife and I have 3 kids. We were born and raised in Anne Arundel County and still call this county home. Project Chesapeake offers a full continuum of state-licensed behavioral health treatment, including multiple levels of residential care. We have 164 state-licensed residential treatment beds. Thank you very much to all the county council members for investing so much time learning about a topic that is very important to all of us. Your hard work and countless hours spent learning about the various levels of care and all the acronyms in behavioral health do not go unnoticed. One of the most important things to understand about this topic is that the American Society of Addiction Medicine levels of care and how patients are placed into an appropriate level of care. Learning the difference between inpatient and outpatient treatment services is critical, and Bill 5523 helps put sensible guardrails in place that will incentivize all providers to come into compliance. We need access to quality treatment, and to achieve that, we need the help of every provider in this county. It is also important to understand the distinction between licensed treatment facilities and independent recovery housing. We support true recovery residences being their own use and treated like a single-family dwelling. However, if we as a county enact legislation that creates exemptions for recovery residences that do not include clear definitions of what is and what is not a recovery residence, realistically, every provider will seek to call themselves a recovery residence to get out of more onerous regulatory treatment like installing fire suppression systems. It's important that the definitions clearly separate residential treatment services and those types of family living arrangements that do not involve on- or off-site clinical services. Mr. Volke's bill and his amendments do just that. Other amendments seeking to change the definitions as drafted would take away the bill's ability to solve a serious problem and actually make the problem exponentially worse than not passing a bill at all. Please support Bill 5523 with the amendments proposed by Mr. Volke.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Teresa Hessler, and I am here this evening as the Executive Director of the Recovery Housing and Treatment Centers Coalition of Maryland, representing a number of our members who are owners of recovery housing, group homes, and other outpatient treatment facilities who operate not only in Anne Arundel County, but throughout the state. On behalf of the coalition, I appreciate and I thank Chair Smith, Vice Chair Pickard, and Councilman Volke for being involved in the stakeholder meeting, for listening, and for leading this effort. The coalition is opposed to Bill 5523 unless amended, but is in support of a number of these amendments, which would strengthen the recovery housing environment and access to those vulnerable populations living with substance misuse. And I know you will hear many of those this evening. For the sake of time, I will refer you to our written testimony and the numerous other pieces of written testimony that members of our coalition have submitted for public record. Generally speaking, we are supportive of and have provided amendments that would keep housing capacity based on square footage, which is in line with federal and state standards. We also support an amendment that strikes language limiting who may own adjacent recovery homes, alliances within recovery homes and treatment centers, and respectfully request that the definition of a recovery home remain consistent with the definition recognized by the state of Maryland and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration under the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you again, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all. You may return to your seats. Appreciate it. I'm going to call up the next group of folks. We have Miss Amanda Dickens, Ryan Chamberlain, and if you had not signed up in advance, go ahead and please come forward now. We got about 4 or 5 additional seats if you would like to speak in reference to this bill. Just want to save some time here by starting that process early. All right, and we're going to start off with Ms. Amanda.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Dickin. I'm a recovering addict, member of a 12-step fellowship, and a resident of Anne Arundel County. I work as a manager in the field of substance abuse and have direct interaction with individuals in treatment that are attempting to create a better, sober life for themselves and their loved ones. I am here tonight testifying in support of Bill 5523 with the amendments proposed by Councilman Volke. I strongly believe that a very big part of recovery is learning to become a person that is an honest, motivated, and productive member of society. In order to become a person with these qualities, I have had to listen to others, follow rules, and live a life that is structured. In my experience working with others in recovery, consistency, rules, and set standards are the key to the beginning of a solid foundation. Solid foundations are imperative for the hard times that can potentially result in relapse or death. I believe that not having a set standard or guidelines for what a recovery house should be can and will open the door for too many opportunities that could be taken advantage of that could be detrimental to somebody in recovery. I believe that this could not only be harmful for the addict trying to get clean, but also for the licensed businesses that is doing their best to provide service to the client. In my opinion, addicts already have a terrible stigma that comes along with that specific word, and some people have a hard time believing that recovery houses and treatment facilities are in fact a good thing. I believe that if there were clear, concise guidelines that state what makes a recovery house a licensed program that is regulated by the state and the county, maybe this stigma may lessen a bit, knowing that the individuals living in these facilities are receiving help from businesses that are providing a structured and consistent service. Many other businesses must follow very specific guidelines and standards, and I believe that recovering addicts deserve the same standard of care. Please support Bill 5523 with the amendments proposed by Mr. Volke. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chamberlain.
Good evening. I would like to begin by thanking all the county council members and their staff for working on these issues. It's dense subject matter, so I do appreciate your time and effort at understanding it. I know several of you have been working on these issues for years, as have I, and that is why I'd like to issue a special thanks to Councilman Smith, Councilman Volke, and Councilwoman Pickard, who I've spent a lot of time with trying to positively address the issues that Bill 5523 and its proposed amendments aim to address. The critical issue that has been my primary concern since early in this process has been certified recovery residences and making sure they were able to continue to operate according to state regulations. Access to good quality supportive housing is the most critical building block for any behavioral health continuum of care. More important than inpatient or outpatient treatment, more important than harm reduction initiatives, and more important than all of it. If we don't have a vibrant community of quality, certified recovery housing providers, then we might as well throw in the towel. What is the point of spending thousands of dollars on treatment, either private or public funds, if we have nowhere to provide the long-term support that is critical for the success of individuals coming out of or continuing their treatment? We absolutely must provide an avenue for state-certified recovery residences to continue to provide the types of services that they have for the past 6 years. And that is where the two-tiered system, which several of tonight's amendments pertain to, was born from. A need for the county to have a sensible legal means to regulate providers that were causing them problems, while not implementing roadblocks for quality providers. While no bill is perfect, I'm proud of this system because I believe it achieves a balance of these two goals. It does not require certification, but would heavily encourage it. It does not punish all providers, while still giving the county the means by which they could take action against a provider if they deemed it necessary. These outcomes are both critically important if we want to have a thriving continuum of care in Anne Arundel County. Having said that, I would support a bill that includes the two-tiered system passing.
Thank you. Sir, we're going to start with you, and then.
My name is Basil Farrow. I own Elevate Recovery Centers located in Glen Burnie, Maryland. I want to thank the council. We're here to not support this bill, and I don't have any writing. I didn't write anything. Just kind of coming off the cuff, but something that we're passionate about because PHP with the pillow or PHP in general keeps on getting villainized, like we're not helping people, right? So for somebody to propose a bill that doesn't even run recovery houses, to me is it's troublesome, because we're the ones that are out in the community and we're the ones that are out there, boots on the ground, helping people that are struggling. And some of the people that are even at this table right now that are against the bill, right, they've been a part of PHP programs, right? So I think for us to run into a bill that is going to address a clinical level of care with people who aren't experts and people who don't have any type of research on PHP model in general, to me, that would be very bad for our county. You know, you would probably put about over 100 people out of a place to stay. You know, that could be any of our relatives, you know, anybody out here. So to me, it's more of a like what's right and wrong thing. But certain people, when it comes to business, they just don't care, right? So we got to be here for the addict that's still struggling, so that, like, you know, people who are just all about like their personal business interests don't run them out of a place to stay. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Kinley Bray, here on behalf of Project Chesapeake. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for, again, as Ryan said, for jumping into an extremely dense subject. This is a very important issue in the county. Right now, Anne Arundel County's zoning code does not allow recovery residences. It also requires recovery residences, group homes, assisted living facilities that are community-based, all to obtain a zoning certificate of use in order to convert a single-family home for these uses. Several years ago, the county, a number of county agencies developed a policy that would allow an exemption from that requirement for certain uses where we were dealing with occupants that were fewer than, or 5 or fewer residents. And for 6 to 8 residents, which was in part the recommendation of the fire marshal, a change of use building permit would be required and a fire suppression update would be required. And then finally, for 9 or more residents, we'd go back to what the code already says, which is that a zoning certificate of use and therefore a site development plan would be required for a change of use. So recovery residences are not currently allowed under our code, but they need to be. They fill an important need in the continuum of care in addiction support. We need to define exactly what a recovery residence is, and we need to ensure that those who are operating a recovery residence and therefore taking advantage of an exemption from the other requirements to upgrade these facilities and these houses to current fire codes are really recovery residences, because under the law, those are to be treated exactly like a single family home. But where you have a number of persons that are not living together in a family unit and do not have control of a whole home and are part of receiving clinical services, those are group homes. And this bill would actually not limit group homes at all. All this really says is that if you are operating a group home or you're operating a recovery residence and you're affiliated with a group that is providing these clinical services, you fall into the group home bucket. And group homes are with a certain number of residents, required to upgrade to fire suppression to today's code. So thank you for your consideration of this bill. I think it's very important to just point out nobody is trying to limit the number of facilities. In fact, this would result in more beds and more access to treatment in the county.
Thank you. Mr. Doe?
Test. David Dahl, 4115 Fairhaven Avenue, Curtis Bay, Baltimore. So yes, this libertarian will speak up with you on zoning laws. So, you know, this is a little more complicated for my taste. I'm not quite sure what the amendments will change or what this really means. All I know is that zoning laws in general just need to go into the trash can. So instead of rezoning all of this stuff, I don't think that the government has a really good track record of dealing with drug addiction. For instance, you know, everything except for cannabis is still illegal in the state, thanks to, you know, the Democrats having a veto-proof majority of the state legislature and doing nothing about it. But, you know, if you're going to make it illegal, I don't really trust you to try to help us either. And if you're going to rezone stuff because of what your interpretation of how we get help, like, I'm sorry, I just don't trust you guys to do that at all. Now, you guys might have different opinions on how you zone it and how you deal with the homelessness problem and how you deal with the drug problem, but like, I don't trust either one of you. So like, I'm just done with like you guys trying to come up with your own little solutions on how you fix the problems when we can fix them better. So for instance, in city of Gastonia, there was a preacher, Moses, sorry, I'm losing his name, but so basically he's doing the Lord's work and helping hundreds of homeless people, most of them drug addicted in the city. And he's doing so well that people were donating trailers so they could open up housing for more people who were coming out. And they were basically solving Gastonia's homelessness problem. Well, of course, the city of Gastonia came in and said, oh, you're violating zoning laws. So we're going to take away your church. We're going to take away all these facilities. So Spike Cohen, the former vice presidential nominee of the Libertarian Party, went down to Gastonia, filled up the county council hall with hundreds of activists from all over the country and, of course, Gastonia, and made a point. So we can do that again.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Please be seated. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in reference to Bill 5523? Please come at this time. This will be the last call. All right. Seeing no movement. All right, the public hearing on bill number 5523 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 5523.
Bill number 5523, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, codes and supplements, fire prevention code, zoning, recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities.
And we can have the admin come back up. And as they come up, I do want to make a few remarks. I think Mr. Doyle was accurate. This is a dense subject. I will be the first one to admit and tell you that when this first had this conversation with Mr. Volke, I think in January, February of this year about doing something with recovery homes, it was certainly not my forte. I did not deep dive into this like other issues that I've dove into in previous years. And so certainly made an opportunity to work with him to try to figure out something to define it, which, we certainly agreed on that, defining kind of what it was. Over the last maybe month and a half, I have certainly did my best to learn as much as I could before having to weigh in on this subject. I've visited several recovery houses, sat in on meetings, and spoke to many different folks who are in the community. And so I say that because a lot of my opinion is driven by those who were in the community, those who are actively engaged in it and would be impacted by it, simply because it is not mine. If you ask me about anything that I have expertise in, I will certainly give you that input. Technology. I'm from Chicago, in the Marines. If you want to enlist, let me know. I will sign you up. We still are taking folks. But that's my background, and this hasn't been. And so I place my faith in those who have been involved in this because they know how the system works. The other piece was, I certainly had to go. I didn't want to create an environment where we're fixing something and creating another problem. So a lot of these amendments that you see, some I'll support, some maybe not. And it's not on the sponsor. The goal for me, though, is to try to find a balance. And it's really hard to find that balance when we got two great ideas, two bills that are coming, this one and the Madam Vice Chair's bill that's coming up in a couple of weeks. Certainly both have merit in the direction in which they're going. But for me, my goal was to always ensure that, is this a problem here in Anne Arundel County first? Because one of the things that frustrates me is if we start solving we create a problem or create a solution for a problem that never existed. I'm not saying that's not the case here, that we haven't had bad actors from time to time, but is it generally a problem here in Anne Arundel County? And so that was one of the things I was trying to research as we were going through this process. The other thing is I didn't lobby any of my colleagues on hoping that they vote for any of the amendments that I have. I am literally going to let them vote with their heart. If it passes, great. If it doesn't, that's great too, because I feel like they have a perspective in which they want to, in which it's driving their direction. But for me, I wanted to take this as a personal thing, coming from a background where my mom wasn't in recovery, but everyone around us were either alcoholics or drug addicts. My uncle sold drugs and kept them at the house, so we were very in the community without me specifically or my mother specifically being one of those recipients of it. So I know what it feels like to have something. And what I didn't want to do was create an environment where we wind up, fixing some issues, but then we put people out of bed at the same time. And so while we're trying to enhance the system, which is an admirable goal in which we should strive for, I don't want to kill anyone in the process of trying to, perfect this. And so what's that saying? Don't make perfect the enemy of good. So for me, the whole thing with my voting tonight will be on, well, what is a step that's going to get me in the right direction? Does it get me to perfect? Maybe not. We'll reassess in 3 months and 4 months. You saw here previously, we talked to the staff about telling us, coming back in January to tell us how the APF is going to impact. This is something we can watch as well and make adjustments as needed. So I'm all about these baby steps to put us in a direction that's going to help everybody, while at the same time implementing goals and strategies that enhance our delivery of services when it comes to these providers that actually provide those types of services. And so that's where I'm coming from. And so when you see me vote, it's not that I don't love my colleagues up here, because I do. I was persuaded by a lot of the input that I got over the last month, maybe month and a half. And that's kind of, I'm just voting with my heart on that piece of it. And so other than that, I see, I'll go to Ms. Ravi, and I see you got a light.
You can
right
decide
now.
if it's appropriate. I was going to ask if we might take a brief recess. But maybe it's appropriate for Ms. Pickard to speak first, because I don't think that's what she was going to ask.
Well, now that you mention it, a recess could be helpful as well, but that's up to my colleagues. We want to take a break before we launch into questions?
I'd make a motion to take maybe a 5-10 minute recess with up the chair's discretion.
So we'll take a 5-minute. All right.
Second motion to come back at 9:50.
It is 9:40 right now. What's the motion to come back at what?
9:50.
That's fine.
Okay. The good thing is, I think we're off tomorrow. It's a federal holiday. But Madam Vice, so there was a second. Did you have a seat before we call the roll? I see your light.
I'm good.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will convene back in these chambers in approximately 9 minutes at 9:50 p.m. Sorry about that.
And now push my light.
Arundel County Council is back in session. Madam Secretary, read the title of Bill number 5523.
Bill number 5523, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance codes, codes and supplements, fire prevention code, zoning, recovery residences, group homes, and community-based assisted living facilities.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1, this amendment clarifies the type of treatment that is provided at a group home or recovery residence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify what is being discussed here, this amendment makes it clear that this does not impact group homes that are being operated for individuals with developmental disabilities or other disabilities that are not related to substance abuse disorders. So that is the clarification in this amendment. Move the amendment.
Second.
Second.
All right, administration.
Sorry. Administration has no position. It's a policy decision for the council.
That's probably going to be a theme tonight, I'm assuming. Okay. All right. Any discussion? Madam Vice Chair.
So in proposing this amendment, as it relates to group home, the definitions of group home 1 and group home 2, I just wanted to get, it seems benign, but I just want to make sure from the Office of Law that this isn't doing something that we are. Mr. Swain.
Yes, Greg Swain, County Attorney. Looking at the amendment and the revisions it makes, this kind of goes to the amendment. It also goes to the definition of recovery residence. I think as we heard in some of the testimony from some of the witnesses, the state has a definition of recovery residences that is accepted use throughout the state. The proposed definition in the bill modifies that by adding this other restriction that it's not operated by a treatment provider that provides level 2.5 or this amendment would change that to say or above substance abuse disorder treatment services or any affiliate thereof. So part of this is the original language in the bill, and part of this, I guess, is based on the amendment number 1. But what that does is it limits providers who provide that treatment at a completely different facility from operating a recovery residence at a different location. So it's not so much the amendment itself. The amendment, I think, clarifies a little bit of that restriction. But I think that does provide just some confusion because now we have 2 different definitions. There's one in state law, and state law is the certifying authority. And now we have a different definition in Woodland County Code that would have this restriction that is not in state law about who can operate a recovery residence.
Mr. Falcon? I think that lack of silence is still confusion, I think, on my part. So you're saying with this substance abuse disorder language that's added to in line 20 and 28 on the original bill.
Well, it's not so much line 20 and 28. It's line 37 in the definition of recovery residence.
On which page?
It's on page 4. Oh. So it's in the definitional section. We have the definition of group home 1, group home 2, and recovery residence. So as we heard from the witnesses, this definition of recovery residence is not the same definition that the state uses. And that's, I believe, used throughout the state. It's also not the definition that the certifying authority uses. When they're judging whether you're a recovery, whether you're or able to be certified or not. So it goes sort of to the language of not so much to the amendment as to this language, but also as it's sort of clarified or enhanced by the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Okay, so if this doesn't matter for group homes, which is what I think I heard Mr. Swain say, and it really is just dealing with the definition of a recovery residence, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about what the definition of a recovery residence should be, then I think that's sort of a bigger conversation about what the definition of a recovery residence should be. So this amendment in front of us right here, right now, is a benign amendment with respect to adding the clarifying language. So let's just be clear about that. Now, if we want to talk larger about what the definition of recovery residence should be and what the appropriate definition is, there are a whole host of amendments that are coming. But the question, I think, specifically about this was to the Office of Law, is there something more with this amendment? The answer should be no. Then the Office of Law can weigh in on the other amendments and whether that is or is not something where the county should differ in terms of the definition. So I appreciate the Office of Law pointing out that this is a different amendment in this bill on lines 32 to 38, where it talks about what a recovery residence is, than what is included in state code. But let's be clear, the question that was asked to the Office of Law was not the overarching question, is this the same definition as what's in state law or not? It was, is there something more about this clarifying language? The answer to that question is no.
Fair to say.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair.
I would agree with my colleague to the right about his amendment, but it will further take the definition of recovery residence away from the standard state definition. So while my question was more, does this impact group home 1, group home 2 in any way? Because we do have group homes that deal with other vulnerable populations. So I just, all the brackets and capital letters can get confusing. But it sounds like this is a benign amendment, and we should be fine.
No. All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Ms. Rodvian. Aye. Ms. Ledbetter. Aye. Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2. This amendment authorizes a person with a disability or handicap to request that the county grant a reasonable accommodation from the provisions of this ordinance if the accommodation is necessary to afford the person equal opportunity to use and enjoy a dwelling.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that in the county code and in this bill, that there is in fact a requirement for reasonable accommodations. So there was advice that's been provided to the council on this bill from the Office of Law, as well as Bill 6123, and the advice is largely the same, that indicates that but for reasonable accommodations, there could be some challenges to this bill on legal grounds. So this puts into the bill that there needs to be a reasonable accommodation process. My understanding is that the county already does this, and so this is something that happens. This is simply putting it in black and white so everybody can look at it and see it on a piece of paper that we are going to do this to ensure that if anyone has concerns, this is something the county is doing. Again, pretty benign amendment, actually comports with the legal advice we received from the Office of Law.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Admin.
Ethan Hunt for the administration. In my experience, it's never good to ignore the advice of the Office of Law, so we're fine with it.
All right. Any questions?
I guess this would be a question for the sponsor or Office of Law. Would you be willing to provide some possible examples of reasonable accommodations that might be requested and granted under this amendment?
Sure. And I'll add that the Fair Housing Act requires you to consider reasonable accommodation requests. So we have no issue with this amendment. For instance, the adjacency requirement that's in existing law, we had a request, a provider wanted to have 2 facilities next to each other, which was not permitted. They requested a reasonable accommodation under law. We considered the request and it was granted. Another request, there's lots of examples of reasonable accommodations in the context of disabilities. For instance, a renter requesting a landlord to put a handicap ramp in, different things like that. So any possible discriminatory effect of a law can be addressed by the granting of a reasonable accommodation request, provided the request is reasonable. and provided that it's not, I think the standard is, undue burdens or doesn't flip your entire zoning code on its head, that type of thing. So that's an example.
Could I follow up, please? So would, for example, I guess an entity looking for a reasonable request to be exempted from fire suppression requirements, would that fall in the category of reasonable if for some reason the cost burden were so high that it would likely, force them to close their facility?
Well, you picked an interesting topic. Fire suppression has been brought up in a number of cases throughout the United States. There are some circuits that have granted reasonable requests for fire suppression systems. There are some circuits that say, no, you don't require that of single-family homes. Because you don't require it of single-family homes, you can't require it of a recovery residence. So we have not had a reasonable accommodation request for a fire suppression system, but there is indications that life safety issues like that can be treated differently than zoning issues, such as restrictions on residency and things like, and those types of issues. So that is a bit of a gray area.
And just to be clear, who grants the reasonable request?
Well, it depends on the nature of the request, but in the one that we've granted, it was from the Office of Planning and Zoning because it was a zoning requirement.
Okay, thank you.
And from my understanding, while we don't have a reasonable request language within law now, a person can still request a reasonable request even though we don't have this specific language in the law. And
right, federal law requires the reasonable accommodation request, and it doesn't require the jurisdiction to have a formal process for it. So what this amendment does is more or less set a process for it.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the council? All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll call on amendment number 2.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been adopted.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. This amendment alters the definition of Group Home 1 and Group Home 2 to require that if the residential facility is operated by a licensed outpatient treatment provider, the operator must be licensed by the Maryland Behavioral Health Administration as a level 3.1 or above, strikes the authorization for a group home to be operated by an affiliate of the operator, repeals the current occupancy limits for group homes, alters the definition of recovery residences to strike the prohibition on a recovery residence being operated by a provider that provides level 2.5 or higher treatment services or an affiliate of the operator.
All right. Thank you. This was my amendment, and the first one to take a swag at the affiliation. I think that was probably the main reason I was going down this path. There was a part of me that felt like I didn't see any reason by preventing someone from being a provider of services and a provider of a home, and so or some other recovery home type entity. And so I didn't think that there was an issue with an owner or an entity operating both of those establishments. And so this was, and Matt, you can certainly weigh in on my, I saw your face, my interpretation of this, but this was my effort to sort of undo that connection so that we can still permit them to operate in a similar context of ownership when it comes to recovery houses and provider of IOP services. So that was my initial swag at this, and that's what this amendment does. Is that incorrect or correct? Okay. So motion to adopt?
So moved. Second.
All right, is there a second? So I will go to the administration on any comments when it comes to this, or Office of Law. I see him frowning up over there. Hopefully he had enough time to digest this over the weekend. As I mentioned before in my pre-comments, this is a very dense and complicated subject, and all of these pieces of amendments alter various portions of the original bill, and so it can be complicated, sort of connecting one activity to the next.
Ethan Hunt for the administration. We have no position on this amendment. This is a policy decision for the council.
Check.
On the office of law, I don't have it. I don't have an issue with this amendment.
Check. Mr. Vogel.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Please, please.
So first, I just want to say I appreciate the dialogue between the chair and myself about this amendment. I appreciate you sharing this in advance, had an opportunity to talk about it and discuss it. I've shared my thoughts with the chair on the amendment. I will make it public. I will state my position on this. The challenge that I see with this amendment is that it basically takes the heart of this bill with respect to prohibiting the practice of what's known as PHP with a pillow, and it basically sanctions it. So the tie between recovery residences, affiliates, and the care at level 2.5 is really what gets at stopping the practice of PHP with a pillow. I'm just going to share part of an email that I received from the State Department of Health, one of the folks there, indicating that with regard to PHP with a pillow, as it's called, courts have held that providing free or reduced price housing or housing that is not available to the public that is conditioned on a person attending a Medicaid-funded program such as a partial hospitalization or intensive outpatient program is an illegal Medicaid incentive. In our experience, it's led to individuals being placed in a position where they have no choice between attending a program they don't necessarily need in order to maintain housing, and then when they no longer have been useful for billing purposes, being put out on the street without regard to tenant rights. That is what we are trying to protect people against in this county. That is the PHP with a pillow model. That is what the crux of this bill does, in addition to adding definitions with respect to recovery residences and the two tiers that we're going to get to. The problem is that this amendment would basically delete that from the bill. So I would ask my colleagues to reject this amendment, as much as I appreciate the work that Mr. Smith has put into this, because it does fundamentally change the nature of this bill and this legislation. And quite frankly, if this amendment passes, it will render much of what this bill is intending to counteract to be completely unusable. Like it just will not, this bill and the mechanism that it is employing will be gone, and there will not be a way to sort of stop this practice that is basically seen as being something that should not be happening. So the point I would make to any of my colleagues is, let me put it to you very bluntly. If any provider in this county is doing PHP with a pillow, then it sounds like you shouldn't be. That's at least what I'm hearing from the state. And if you're not doing PHP with a pillow, then this shouldn't matter to you. Because if you are not doing PHP with a pillow, this is not going to shut you down. You'll simply be a group home and you'll go about this in the right way. So from a logical standpoint, there's really no logical reason to support this amendment or to be against the paradigm that we're using in this bill, but for the fact that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing.
Ms. Hummer?
I have a question first and then a comment. So I understand the potential of how it could be a problem to have the PHP with a pillow if people are being denied housing or coerced into participating in a program in order to keep their housing. Do we have any actual documented cases where this has happened? Have we heard from anyone who has standing in this to respect? Because in all of the testimony we received, I haven't heard from anyone that has stated that this happened to them, that they felt like their housing was denied or that they were forced to attend a certain program without it. And so as Mr. Smith had alluded to earlier, I'm concerned that perhaps that we are trying to legislate a solution for something that we really don't have data that it's a problem. And so there could be ramifications for that. So is anyone aware of some actual cases where this has come up, or there's been an official complaint made to Medicare or to the state in any way on this? I don't know who the right answer is.
All I'll say, thank you, Mr. Chair, is I believe we heard from Ms. Dickens earlier, who talked about she had been in recovery, and she did indicate that she basically said this was a problem that had happened with her. So that was somebody you heard from sitting right here in front of you. I don't know that there's anybody at this table that's going to be able to help more than that.
Okay. My concern with this is I think we all know that we have not enough supports in place for all of our population with substance abuse. I mean, it's an epidemic throughout the country, and we need every bed and every healthcare provider and every possibility we can have. And this has the potential by not allowing the operator of the recovery home to also be operating an outpatient facility, that they're going to have to choose which one they're going to do. So they're either going to be the recovery home person, or they're going to be the counseling person. If not, they'll have to shut down. So we have 91 recovery houses, certified recovery houses in the county. And let's just say, and I don't know the numbers, but let's say half of them also offer the outpatient care through an affiliate, and they have to choose which one. That means we're going to lose 50 of our resources that come out for recovery homes or for healthcare. And for an abuse that we are not able to document is really happening, or that's really an issue right now. And I'm cannot support eliminating the limited resources we have now in any way for something that I'm not certain is that huge of an issue. I agree. If it is happening, that is a problem. And there are other mechanisms in place to deal with the bad actors that may be doing that. And it should be, if they're getting Medicare funding or state registry, that those are things to deal with it. But for us to just unilaterally say, you have to decide which of these two you're going to do, it's going to leave hundreds of people in the lurch. And it's quite honestly, it's going to cost lives. And I just can't do that.
I'll go to Madam Vice Chair first and then come back to that. Mr. Vulcan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the problem that we face here is, like I said it again at the beginning of this conversation, with regard to the county code. Getting into a regulatory oversight situation with treatment that is accredited, regulated, and certified at the state level, MCOR, BHA, the Department of Health, and deciding to use the county code, the zoning code, through this affiliation issue, I just think it's the wrong place. If state agencies are concerned that individual providers that they've licensed or Medicaid is reimbursing, and they're doing something outside of their regulation, then that's where this oversight lives. It's very clear to me. It's just very clear to me. I don't think it's right for us to use the zoning code and this affiliation issue to regulate treatment facilities in the county. We have many, many, many providers, and if I listed their names, that are very well known and very highly respected, that treat along the continuum. And at some point, if they cannot, because of this affiliation clause and provisions in this bill, like my colleague said, Ms. Hummer, they're going to have to choose. It's as simple as that for me. If we need to work with our state legislature and our state regulatory agencies to solve a problem of coercion or Medicaid fraud, that's where it goes. I don't think the county code is the place for Medicaid fraud.
Mr. Vulcan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not just Medicaid fraud. So to be clear, there are other issues that we just need to make sure we're not skirting past, right? Providers are not going to be put out of business. What they're going to be is no longer recovery residences if they're providing this level of care. They're going to be group homes. They can still operate. They will still have a path forward through the county to be able to operate. They will still be able to provide services to people who are going through addiction, who are in recovery, who are trying to do their best to get their lives back together. They're not just going to go away. They're simply going to change, and they're not going to be a recovery residence because they're providing a higher level of care. They're now going to be a group home. That requires that they're going to get sprinklers. That's the big distinction here, right? That's the big cost. And so ultimately, if I'm a provider, of course I want to be a recovery residence, because under the bill, as it's about to be amended, recovery residences aren't going to have to do sprinklers and fire suppression. Group homes do.
Order.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please. We're at a moment now where the council is just discussing its talking points on this. So.
So ultimately, these entities are not going to go out of business. They're simply going to have to become something different. That is what the big discussion here is as well. So I just want to be really clear when we're talking about 91 facilities and we're going to put people out of business and all that. No, we are simply going to say to people who are in business, you need to get into compliance if you are actually a group home. If you are actually providing this level of care where you have clinical care at a certain point, then you need to be providing some of these life safety measures, which, as you've heard the Office of Law say, is really this special area where the courts have said, yeah, you can do that. You can regulate on that. So I have to hit back on that narrative. I also need to point out the state needs our help. So again, from the same person, and I've shared this with some of you, but at the State Department of Health, it is very helpful when BHA, so Behavioral Health Administration, and MCOR are able to refer programs with serious health, safety, exploitation conditions, issues to the local jurisdictions for inspection and enforcement action. Common problems the department is aware of, particularly with unlicensed or non-certified housing that is provided to individuals in the public behavioral health system, are issues such as overcrowding, inadequate utilities, appliances or furniture, environmental hazards, fire hazards, vermin, and illegal evictions. These are generally the province of local authorities and are the source of a lot of complaints we receive both from participants in the program and their frustrated neighbors. So let's stop there. When we say that this is something that is entirely the purview of the state, this is an example where the state is saying, we could use your help, county. Further on, it is the department's position that issues such as provider locations and size, as well as other community issues such as parking, septic or utility use, and accessibility must be addressed by zoning. It is also the department's position that any issues addressed through planning and zoning must be handled in a non-discriminatory manner that does not treat individuals with mental illness or substance use disorders differently from the rest of the population, and that follows Maryland law regarding revealing the location where individuals with disabilities live. With very limited exceptions taken up by the legislature, the state defers to localities on zoning and local issues. This is a local zoning issue. That is what we are discussing. Fire suppression, that is a local zoning issue. That is most clearly a province in which we regulate. I'm sure everyone up here is aware that every home built after 2008 that's a single-family home in this county or otherwise, any dwelling has to have sprinklers. So as a result, how can you say that we don't regulate sprinklers at this point? It's a life safety issue. So I just want to be clear about what we're talking about, because this is not just regulating Medicaid fraud through the code. In fact, it's much larger than that. It's about fire suppression systems. It's about these facilities being able to operate in what category they fall in. Are they providing a lower level of care, which allows them to be a recovery residence where we treat them more akin to a single-family home, or are they a group home setting where we are treating them at a higher level of clinical care where we say there are certain requirements that need to be imposed? That's what this does.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Ravian and then Ms. Ledbetter.
So this is maybe a question for the sponsor or Ms. Pickard, who's also looked at this, or Mr. Smith. Is there a way to sort of bring this same concept of this amendment, but in a much more narrow fashion, in a much more targeted fashion, so it really addresses the actors that, the state, for example, has identified in, sort of under-regulated recovery homes that are not necessarily acting as recovery homes? Is there a way to kind of bring this narrower so it's not, for example, Ms. Pickard and I were talking about, and I'm sorry I'm bringing up our conversation here, Ms. Pickard, but I thought it was a relevant example of the Chrysalis House that has, very intensive care in their primary facility, but they also operate in, they have recovery residences that operate in the way we ordinarily think about recovery residences that could be impacted by this. And so I'm curious if there's a way that could be more narrowly tailored to target the problem actors.
So I would say, whether it's this amendment or subsequent other amendments that attempt to do similar things like this, that the whole legislation in its entirety would probably have to just go back to the drawing board if that was the case, to try to, in my mind, remedy that breakout. Because I think the tier system that you're going to see here in subsequent amendments, there's also an effort to enhance or encourage sort of improvement or fire suppression. I think that's also one of the amendments that are coming up. And so those things that were spoke about earlier, yes, but to specifically address, could this amendment or another one that's in here that's similar be codified in writing to do that? Maybe. But I think the whole bill would probably have to just be redone at that point. And that's my 2 cents. I don't know, Madam Vice Chair, if you had anything to add to that.
Well, I do think Amendment 7, Mr. Volke's Amendment number 7 that's coming up, which brings in the two-tiered system for recovery residences, which is also in Bill 6123, gets at that. It leans in, it works to utilize the state certification, which is pages and pages long, from the National Association of Recovery Residences, to begin to look at life safety and all the other things that define what a recovery residence is in the eye of the state. I think if we leave the affiliation provision in this bill, we are going to see there is a space, and the Association of the Science of Addiction Medicine does acknowledge that there is a space for recovery residences all on their own, people to have access to sober living homes as they move in and out of the continuum of care. Now, whether or not you can properly and adequately serve that patient, that resident, that neighbor, while being affiliated as you have a recovery house over here, and you also have an outpatient treatment up the road, and you have a inpatient hospitalization situation, higher level of care. I don't agree that this is the space in the code, but there is, as people move through that continuum, backwards and forwards, in and out, recovery, I think some of the testimony given today, that sober living home is so vital to create that supportive environment until that patient, resident, neighbor is ready to go back to their own independent, fully living with their family. Clearly, my colleague and I completely disagree on this affiliation issue. I'm going to support Mr. Smith's amendment and then subsequent amendments to try to get to this bill into a place that I think is both impactful and defines recovery residences as they need to be defined. And then maybe we don't need Bill 6123, but fortunately we always have Bill 6123 to fall back on when this one goes totally south.
Can I just respond?
Please. Yep.
Ms. Robbie asked the question to the sponsor potentially. I will give you the simplest answer I can give you. I think this is as narrowly tailored as it gets, right? I think what we have in front of us is about as narrowly tailored as we can be on this. And I don't want to speak for Chrysalis House because I looked to see if I had testimony from them. My understanding is that they had seen this bill and they were supportive. I don't want to speak. I think Mr. Smith might have spoken to them. I don't want to speak out of school for them, but
yes, they did. They did support the bill.
So with respect to their operations, they're okay with this bill as it was even drafted before it's being amended in still continuing their operations. It was not impacting them.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Volke, this question is actually for you as the sponsor. I think it would just be helpful to make sure everyone is on the same page with an understanding. You had mentioned that this bill doesn't put certain houses out of business. It just reclassifies them, and the group home level requires a certain amount of regulation from the public safety standpoint that a recovery home is not necessarily covered by. Can you explain the why, the different levels?
Yeah, so again, it goes to the levels of care under the ASAM definitions that we keep going back to, right? This 1, 2.1, 2.5, 3.1, so on as we go up, right? That's what we're talking about. I do want to make one point because I think this might be helpful for the whole council. Mr. Swain, can you, for everyone's benefit, illuminate how we currently deal with fire suppression for group homes? Because my understanding is that the internal guidance that is not codified, but has been in a memo for at least the approximately the last 4 years is that if you come in as a group home applicant, you are already required to add fire suppression. So if you could share that, I think that might help from a memo standpoint so people know what we're doing already.
Well, that is correct, because the change from single-family residential to group home is considered a change of use under the building code. That triggers a number of requirements, but one of those is fire suppression, and that's, yeah, and you're referring to, I believe it's a guidance from the Office of Planning and Zoning that was enacted a few years ago, but it does trigger that change of use permit, and that does trigger the fire suppression requirement.
May I follow up? Please. I think it was a memo that was signed by Office of Law, Planning and Zoning,
Right.
IMP,
Number of
Fire
agencies.
Marshal, a number of different agencies that all looked at this issue and said, here's how we as a county are going to deal with group home applicants. And so that has sort of existed in the background throughout all of this. So when we're talking about some of these things now coming into code, we're not adding new requirements. That's what we already do for group homes. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes back all the way to Ms. Hummer's thoughts on the legislation in this particular amendment. I think for me, and I'm glad Mr. Volke read some excerpts from the state emails, because those were helpful to me, because I think when we discuss legislation and we're talking about folks dealing with mental health challenges or addiction, those individuals that are actively in treatment and seeking help aren't following code and requirements. It tends to be the agencies and the players involved who are versed in all of this. The sole focus of individuals in treatment, either mental health or addiction, that is, in most cases, that is their sole focus. So I am not concerned with not hearing from individuals who it has happened to. I think that the state has acknowledged that there's a concern there and is looking to us to handle it and address it. So that's where I am.
Yeah, I think when it comes specifically to this amendment, again, I relied heavily on providers who are in the industry right now. Again, I'd stated I wasn't sort of the expert at this, but I made a conscious decision, just like we do with anything in our day-to-day lives, of balancing risk versus access. And for me, part of this was, do we put at risk entities that are in play right now that has this change of use, for example, or the affiliation more specifically, and it puts them in a situation where they have to, either transition, which may come at a cost. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, over time, push them down that path. That's not what I'm saying. I led with this is going to be baby steps in my mind. The fact of the matter is, the seven of us all have different opinions on how we think this might potentially should be implemented. We've all done our varying degrees of research, which is why I'm not mad on how anybody votes on this amendment. I want you to know that, truly do. But for me, I just wanted to make sure that it was the providers that was coming to the table to say, this is how we think you should, at least with this particular provision, enact it. And if we see problems with that, that doesn't mean legislatively we can't adjust it in the future. And so I'd see, Ms. Hummer, I know you had your ones up as well, your lights.
Yes, so the comment was made that this isn't going to put anyone out of business because it will just change them to a group home, and but that change, as we said, comes at a cost. It will be to input sprinklers or some other things that may come, which some of these groups will not be able to afford to do. And so it will make them have to make a decision. I think it all comes down to two, and we started debating this a little bit on the First Amendment. What is our definition of a recovery house? And so with this change, this amendment essentially changes that recovery house definition that comes from the state to make it, to now change what meets the state definition of recovery house into a group home and change that. So it is going to cause some places to shut down. The message that Mr. Volke read from the state, they were talking about things, and I maybe misheard. misheard Mr. Volke, but it sounded like that he was also describing some of these houses that are not certified that are there. There is a certification requirement. There's a national organization, and we can create within our fire suppression areas. There was the discussion of this in Ms. Pickard's bill, that we have 2 tiers. We have those who meet those certification standards and that we know that they are following the things, and those that don't should be held under different standards because we know that they're not following what happens. From my discussions and visits with recovery home residents, they are following very high standards when it comes to fire safety and all of those things. And so, and they should be held to that. But, and the ones who aren't need to be dealt with another way. And then I'm going to get into my main thing on this is personal human cost. What could this cost us? What could this be? Could this cost us lives? And as Mr. Smith said, I'm risk versus more risk. Which one is it? And I'm not willing to take that risk. But I'm also looking at this from just a capitalist small business owner. We are telling one group of organizations, not anyone else, you can't own 2 affiliated businesses. We're not saying that to anybody else in the county, any other type of business. This is kind of an anti-business thing. We're not telling the vet that he can't have a dog grooming business. We're not telling the car dealer that he can't have a mechanic. We're not telling the dentist he can't have an orthodontist, but we're going to tell these folks that they can't. Again, without proven things that they're not having it. I appreciate that the state wants our help on this, but I also say, state, get off your butt and do your job, and you make sure these people are inspected, and you just follow up on Medicare things if there really is a problem. And we'll do our end on inspections so that it comes through. But again, I just can't go with anything that is going to potentially limit the care that we are able to provide in this county.
Go to Madam Vice Chair and then to Mr. Volke and close out.
Well, I think I appreciate my passion of Ms. Hummer there with having the state do what they're supposed to do. I mean, we haven't even engaged our representative from inspection and permits and what adding a level of inspection at the county level that should be done by our lovely partners in the state. But if you're running recovery houses, which are, as defined by the state, do not provide clinical services, then that's what they are. They're supportive, sober living houses. We need them. We need lots of them. End of story. If you're going to force a recovery house to become a group home, which is a higher level of care, just because they also, down the road, provide an outpatient intensive treatment or the highest level of care somewhere else in our county, it just doesn't make sense to me. I just don't understand it. We're going to lose that sober living home. You're going to force them to become something else or shut down altogether. I don't understand the need. If there are bad actors who are in our county treating patients outside of the compliance and regulations that their accreditor, licensor, or certification provider agency, then they should be shut down from that state agency. We shouldn't just assume that because you have treatment facilities and recovery residences along that continuum of care that you're clearly out of compliance and breaking the law and causing Medicaid fraud and all those things. This puts in this assumption that everybody is working outside of their compliance agency, and I just think it's wrong. I'm going to be done with this.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple points that I think might be helpful for some of my colleagues when we talk about fire suppression and the cost of that, because I recognize it is extensive. Recovery residences are reimbursed $25 per person per bed. Okay, that's what they're reimbursed, per person per bed per night. That's why we're exempting them from fire suppression, because the cost for them would be unbelievably onerous. If you provide a level 2.5 care, your reimbursement rate is $284 per person per day. Okay? If you provide a level 3.1 or up care, it's $282 per person per day. So when we talk about the economies and we talk about why it is that people might want to operate a recovery residence, but call it a 2.5, it's because then I get reimbursed at $284 a day, but I don't have any of the sprinkler requirements. There's a lot of extra there. If you tell someone who is doing a 2.5 level of care that they now need to come in and get fire suppression, then certainly it's going to cost them money, but they're being reimbursed at $284 a day at a 2.5 level of care. They will find a way to make that work. That model works. It's a much more lucrative model to get reimbursed saying you're billing at 2.5, but you're in a recovery residence. You're not a group home, because that exempts you from the fire suppression piece. It's really what we're talking about. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that, because when we are having this discussion about how we're going to put all of these properties out of business, we're not. We're not. And so I'm just not sure how to make that clearer, but I think having those numbers allows you to come back and say, if you're operating at 2.5, you're getting 10 times more than 10 times the reimbursement rate than if you are operating a recovery residence. That's why we're exempting recovery residences in this bill.
Madam Vice Chair, so you want to-
We're not exempting recovery residences because of their reimbursement rate. Your bill, this bill, says if you have a recovery residences, you cannot also have an outpatient treatment program. Outpatient treatment programs are outpatient treatment programs. They don't have a residency component. So it isn't about reimbursement rates as far as defining recovery residences in our county code. If the reimbursement rates from Medicare or insurance companies are out of whack based on the services that are provided, whether it's full hospitalization, outpatient treatment, group home, or recovery residence, are all out of whack, then let's work with our state legislator, let's work with Medicaid, and let's change the billables. That's not what this bill or this issue is about at all, in my mind. It's about making sure our recovery residences can get recertified based on the state standards that they've already been functioning under.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 3.
Ms. Rodvian.
Before I vote, I want to say that I am not considering this vote a final, a final decision on this issue. I feel like we may still need to discuss this issue. And thankfully, because we've already passed, I don't know how many amendments we passed. We passed 1, 2. This bill is coming back. So for now, I'm going to vote nay with the understanding that we're going to continue this discussion.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 3 has been defeated.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 4.
Amendment number 4. This amendment adds doors suitable for exit in all sleeping rooms as an element that exempts certain recovery residences, group homes, or community-based assisted living facilities from fire code.
All right, so this was in the language of the bill that was proposed. It stated just windows. And so my efforts working with the community was to add doors also to that language so that it was, I guess, sufficient for the operators to still continue with their work. And so, this is essentially it's just adding doors to that language in addition to the window. Motion to adopt.
Rodvian, second.
Any admin?
We have no position on this.
Okay. I have to ask. So, any questions on amendment number 4, Madam Vice Chair?
So I just want to understand this amendment a little better. So if you've got a window, so typically in a single family home, you can't consider a room a bedroom unless it has a window, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if if a room doesn't have a window, but it has a door, do you mean a door to the outside?
So I didn't specify in this specific language, but I think the intent was to have some sort of exit that was in addition to the window. So I do understand where you're going with this. I think Ms. Hummer and I spoke about this earlier before we could even get this omitted. But ran out of time, so doors was the language that was left in.
Okay, so I would prefer to get the amendment more clear, because that, we're, as much as we're trying to work through the life safety issues, I'm not trying to make a recovery residence or group home less safe. This would leave it that if you divided up a basement and put up some fake walls and some doors, you have a door so you can have a bedroom, and that concerns me a little bit. So if we could maybe, I would
Exterior.
I'm going to pass on this one, and then maybe we can bring it back with clearer language.
I'm fine with it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I just like something, change it to clear a little bit, so it'd be exterior doors, that actually a door that they could get out of the building.
Yeah, so if you want to, who was the second?
I think I was.
First,
Okay.
so if you're going to withdraw
I
your
can-
second and first,
Yeah, because actually, you can't have a room. You can't get in or out with a room if it has no door. But you're talking about a second door. I know. I'm being tired.
I know.
So I'll withdraw my second.
Who had the first?
Happy to withdraw. Can I just ask Mr. Bennett, if possible, can we get that amendment tonight? The exterior door amendment, can we add that?
So I'm going to withdraw, he already withdrew his amendment, so withdrawing number 4. Madam, and so I'm going to withdraw amendment number 4 at this moment. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 5.
Amendment number 5, this amendment requires a recovery residence that provides residents with at least 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room to comply with the 2018 International Residential Code.
This was essentially using language in the state code to match up the amount of space that was required per sleeping room to match what the state was stating. So, motion to adopt.
Rodman, so moved.
Admin?
We have no position on this amendment.
Yeah.
Ledbetter, second.
So any questions on amendment number 5? Madam Secretary, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in isolation, this sounds simple, but when you put it in the context of the rest of the bill, this would, I'm concerned that this creates like a, potentially, if we pass amendment number 7, creates like a third tier that all you have to do is have 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room, and you're treated like a single family home as in the 2018 International Residential Code, without taking into consideration the rest of the.
So I think if on page 6 of that bill, line 26 through code, line 27, go back to this.
Mr.
Please.
I think this might help. So if Amendment 7 passes, it will supersede Amendment 5. So Amendment 5 lays out some specific language, but then Amendment 7 specifically goes to this same spot and does have a substitution and puts in some specific code references there that then cross-reference back. So I believe if the legislative process is right, the later amendment would supersede the earlier amendment. That's
accurate.
Okay.
Which is why I see the amendments in the order in which they were smart on the two of you for the layout of the amendments, and that's fine. But if you go to page 6 of the 6, because I don't know how Amendment 7 will fare, my goal is to make sure that at least a buffer is there to ensure that for page 6, line 26, it's taking out the county code with 5 or fewer occupants that comply with 50. And Matt, I don't know if you can sort of speak to this as well, just to make sure I'm speaking from a sort of an intelligent perspective. The goal was to ensure that even if number 7, if it failed, that we had this buffer, that it was based off of that 50 square foot instead of the 5 or fewer occupants that comply with 15.3.102 of the county code. Can you speak to that just briefly?
The request was for recovery residents square less.
Mhm.
That would be the trigger for when required to comply with.
Check. Does that still? It probably doesn't. I saw your eyelashes. Your fourth go up. Madam Vice Chair.
I mean, I'm happy to see where this leads us down this maze of amendments. I just want to be, we just want to be clear that in order to, I mean, the state code and the state regulations, like the National Association of Recovery Residences, require more than just 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room. So it can't be in isolation. This can't be the only qualification, if that makes any sense. So if we think 7 is going to supersede, I mean, we can always come back and fix it, but
I don't think this is an isolation, because I think the language about the bath and that is above that still apply with some of the group homes and the residential home. I mean, at least
That is with a change of.
check. Okay. Ms. Ledbetter?
Thank you. I'm going to apologize for this question. It's late. I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything. Can someone, whoever would like to, does not matter to me, break down the consequences of the difference between whether this amendment is passed or not? I understand the language of what it does. What I'm looking for are the consequences
if
that
I
are
may,
produced.
If I may, I'd be interested to know if our INP representative has any thoughts on this.
So,
Andrew McGarrett, Department of Inspections and Permits. So the International Residential Code requires 70 square feet per habitable room with a minimum of at least 7 feet as one of those dimensions. It does not get into a per bed per area. So we just kind of say 70 square feet. You can put 20 beds in there if you can fit them. So this is more saying, I guess, in a 70 square foot room, you couldn't have 2 beds. You would be limited to that one because you don't have 100 square feet. If that helps to clarify some things, we would now be counting beds in rooms.
yeah.
So on its own, it's not enough to fulfill state certification for a recovery residence.
Check. So go back to page 6, and I'm going to read this Barney style, like when I first read this. The part that's being impacted: detached 1 and 2 family dwellings, recovery residences, as defined in 18 block of the county code, with 5 or fewer occupants that comply with the other statute of the county code and multiple singles. So this takes out that the defined in 1801 of the county code with 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room and multiple single-family dwelling houses, not more than 3 stories. That portion of recovery residence as defined in 18101 of the county code, I don't think this changes that, does it? That still, doesn't that stipulate exactly what recovery houses, additional requirements that they're supposed to have? I mean, it's more of a question, because we didn't eliminate defined in 181-101 of the county code, and it just substitutes that after the width, it takes out the 5 or fewer occupants that comply with 15.3.102 of the county code and puts that provides residents with at least 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't think it's necessarily in isolation. I don't know. Mr. Swain?
Greg Swain, County Attorney. So when you're looking at this section, which is a building code section,
check,
and you're using the term recovery residence, which has been defined earlier in the bill, and it's probably going to be revised. So the 50 square foot per bed is one of the certification requirements under the Maryland Coalition of Recovery Residents, the certifying authority. So that seems to be consistent with what state law would require as far as getting certified, having the 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room. But the significance of this is it says it's going to be governed by the 2018 International Residential Code.
Correct.
Which will not require sprinklers. Not require sprinklers.
Ms. Leber, do you have a question? Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I heard you properly. So a recovery residence that provides residents with at least 50 square feet per bed per sleeping room, complying with the 2018 International Residential Code, means that those recovery residences would not need to have the fire prevention system.
That's correct. And I will add that if amendment number 7 passes, that 50 square foot per bed, which even though it doesn't include that, would still be applicable if you're going to get certified. That's one of the certification requirements.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
No, please.
It may, I'm looking at Fire, who is behind Mr. Swain's shoulder. If there is an opinion from Fire, the Fire Marshal, on that portion of does not need to follow fire prevention, I'm just trying to understand the if this then that consequences of all of this.
Yeah. And specifically fire suppression.
Fire suppression. Thank you.
Separate fire safety, fire safety provision.
Thank you for the correction.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Trish Wolford, Fire Chief, Anne Arundel County. Difficult conversation, as we're all hearing. What, Mr. Volke smiling, thank you. Happy to be here. Obviously, the position of the fire department is the safest way to prevent fire deaths of residents and of firefighters is a fire suppression system, which would involve a sprinkler system. So there are obviously other components in the bill that have been debated of things that would provide safety. But I will say the safest way is with a sprinkler system. There are also other options that have been discussed of different iterations of the bill that would include phasing or things along that lines that, as we are hearing, would eventually put us on a path and lead us to a more successful avenue of life safety.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, finally, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. So this is a very difficult topic and aspect of this whole issue that has been discussed for a long time. The interesting thing that can't be left unsaid is, again, recovery residences in the Fair Housing Act are supposed to be treated as single-family dwellings. And my single-family dwelling does not have fire suppression. It does not have sprinklers because it was built before 2008, like probably over 200,000 or more single-family homes in the county. So that is the crux of some of the conversations and debate and policy crafting that's been going on for the last few years and beyond. How do we address life safety issues with regard to recovery residences while still staying within the guidelines of fair housing and treating them as if they're single family homes like my home would be treated? It's tricky. And no one wants to come and say that they disagree with the fire chief. Nobody. So in doing that, though, it's important to note that certified recovery residences have a very serious life safety code that they are required to follow to get certification. It does stop short of requiring fire suppression. Now, that's recovery sober living homes. When you do move to group home, which is a different level of care, they do require those things. But we're talking about recovery residences. We're not talking about group homes. So that's the distinction. Hope that helped.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 5.
Ms. Rodvian.
I am so sorry. I need another minute to just make sure I need to digest for a second. Right now, we're not talking about, I know, I'm sorry, you already called for the roll, but I really need to ask another question.
No, please, go ahead.
Okay. We're not talking about fire suppression, we're talking about square footage.
Correct. Putting it in line with the state code for square feet for the residences, yes. There are another amendments in here that talks about suppression, which we're going to hit on in other amendments. This is not that.
Correct, okay. Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Aye. Ms. Hummer. Aye. Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 5 has been adopted.
All right. And finally, for my list, please read amendment number 6.
Amendment number 6. This amendment delays the effective date of the bill to January 1st, 2024.
All right. This does not require an advanced degree to understand. So, oh my God. This, and now there potentially could be folks who are nearing their certification timeline where they may be potentially impacted by this. But this essentially gives those that will need to recertify at some point once this is passed, a few additional months to prepare for that. So it just essentially puts the effective date of the bill to January 1st, 2024. Motion to adopt.
Second. So moved.
So,
Second.
Ms. Admin. Admin.
We're fine.
Okay.
It does depend, Mr. Chair,
Right,
on
it's
how this
correct.
bill ends up.
Correct. I
When-
agree.
When I want it to go into effect. But I'll vote for your amendment.
It's not rocket science on this one. So please call the roll on amendment number 6.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 6 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 7.
Amendment number 7. This amendment provides that the use of a single-family detached dwelling as a recovery residence is not a change of occupancy classification or subclassification if the recovery residence meets certain requirements.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I indicated earlier in my remarks, at some point I would be bringing an amendment that basically changes the way that recovery residences were, for lack of a better term, regulated in this bill to comport with what Ms. Pickard's bill 6123 does. That is this amendment by and large, and I will say it that way because I don't want to mischaracterize. This takes the provisions from 6123 and adds them into this bill with respect to recovery residences that are certified. So this makes those residences have the same requirements as what would be in 6123, thereby creating that two-tier system. There will be some discussion about the definition, of a recovery residence, and we will have that discussion, I believe, when we get to amendment number 9, but I don't think that definition at this moment is germane to this particular amendment. This merely talks about the requirements that they have to meet. Move the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Edmund.
This is a policy decision for the council.
Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you. I feel like I hear echoes of Pete, Mr. Barron tonight. I guess this is a question for Office of Law. So Roman numeral 1, or number 4, Roman numeral 1, I'm sorry, I don't see it, and at the very beginning of this amendment, is certified under Title 19, Subtitle 25 of the Health General Article of the State Code. Could you just summarize what that article is?
That is the recovery residence section. And basically, in that section, it defines what a recovery residence is and provides for a voluntary certification process through the state. And their certification process is consistent with the National Organization of Recovery Residences, which has a checklist that various components of a recovery residence.
Madam Vice Chair.
I support this amendment.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 7.
Vian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 7 has been adopted.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 8.
Amendment number 8. This amendment strikes the provisions related to group homes and community-based assisting living facilities, alters when the use of a single-family detached dwelling as a recovery residence is a change of occupancy classification under the Fire Prevention Code to provide that there is no change in occupancy classification for 1, a certified recovery residence that is in compliance with certain state occupancy limits, or 2, a non-certified recovery residence that meets certain occupancy limits and is inspected for certain fire safety standards. Alters the definition of recovery residence and requires certain recovery residences to comply with the 2018 International Residential Code.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment further brings Bill 5523 to look more like Bill 6123. The most important part of this amendment is ensuring that our definition in our code of recovery residences matches that of the state. Happy to discuss further. Move to adopt.
There a second? Second. All right. Emma?
It's a policy decision for the council.
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that answer very much from Mr. Hunt, but I did see that Mr. Swain's light is on, if he had anything to say.
I've just left it on for the entire hearing. So no particular comment on this amendment.
Mr. Volkey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the generous way that my colleague characterized this amendment to make it more like Bill 6123. What it does is actually makes it identical to Bill 6123, thereby removing all the provisions from this bill that are not in 6123. So for that reason, I would ask my colleagues to not undo the work that we have been doing and to please reject this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice Chair.
And that was generous as well for my colleague next to me. I want to be clear about this whole conversation. This conversation has started well before this term started with the 7 of us, and Mr. Volkey was a part of those conversations in the last term. So was our fire chief, so were Mr. Swain and others trying to tackle this very complicated issue. But let me be clear. Bill 5523, in my mind, was crafted from a point of view and part of the continuum of care at one level. It was not necessarily collaborative with the entire continuum of care. The problem that 6123 is the solution to the problem of making sure we can keep our recovery residences operating and being treated as single-family dwellings and all those good things. So clearly my colleague liked a good bit of 6123, and we've now brought it into his bill. And I'll have a subsequent amendment, again, addressing the definition of what a recovery home is. I think it's very, very important that the county aligns with the state health article and about how we define what a recovery residence is. And I just cannot support a bill that detracts from that. I would urge my colleagues to support amendment number 8.
So I got a question, because I want to go back to this affiliation piece. It's still lingering out there, at least for me. How does that impact those entities with this provision?
The affiliation aspect of Bill 5523, any of the aspects of Bill 5523 that are dealing with group homes, the changes to the code in group homes are removed with this amendment. Am I, Mr. Legal Counsel, Mr. Bennett, that's correct, right? Correct. This really does make Bill 5523 identical to Bill 6123. And it just removes the discussion of the group homes and affiliation out of the bill.
Mr. Volk?
That's exactly what it does. Everything in this bill that has anything to do with a group home is gone. This becomes simply an identical version of 6123 as a recovery residence bill. That's what it does. That is the purpose of this amendment. That is why I'm asking that my colleagues reject it. Thank you.
Well, it's important for my colleagues to know that the Office of Law is already involved in providing reasonable accommodation to aspects of our code brought forth in Bill 1620. It's problematic. So while there are definitely some fair housing issues related to Bill 6123, because we are creating a two-tiered system and we're encouraging certification, which you can't do according to fair housing, right? But Bill 5523 is more out of whack with fair housing in the way it tackles recovery residences. And we're already seeing the need for reasonable accommodations with group homes based on the way the law is written today. I don't think we want to go further down that path in needing to make reasonable accommodation, putting the county in a place where they can be sued, but also putting providers in a place where they have to be in an adversarial position with the county code just to operate. I got into this space, this recovery space, and this issue because of recovery residences and the challenges with our code that we were bumping up against too. The affiliation issue has never been something that I thought we should be addressing within the county code. I've said it 10 times tonight, and I'll say it 10 more if I have to. I'm urging my colleagues to vote for Amendment 8, and if you can't bring yourself to vote for Amendment 8, vote for an Amendment 9.
Do you even need Amendment 9 if 8 passes?
No. We can get out of here earlier. Pass Amendment 8. Come on, let's go.
Please.
Oh, I'm just...
Oh, sorry. I saw that. All right, Madam Secretary, please call the roll for Amendment number 8.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Ledbetter?
Nay.
Ms. Pickard?
Aye.
Mr. Volkey?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 8 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read Amendment number 9.
Amendment number 9, this amendment alters the definition of recovery residence to mean a facility that provides recovery residence service as defined under the Health General Article of the State Code.
Ms. Pickard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is simple. I think the amendment speaks for itself. I've talked about this endlessly tonight. I believe our county code should reflect the definition of recovery residences that is in the Health General Article of the State Code. It's as simple as that. Please, please, please support this amendment. Motion to adopt.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Evan.
It's a policy decision for the
Okay.
council.
Seeing no lights, Mr. Volkey.
Yep, thank you. So I don't want to belabor the point. Again, this would entirely take away the definition that is in this bill that talks about the definition of level 2.5 or higher of treatment or any affiliate thereof. So it continues to go into this same question that we have been voting on over and over again. But before we deal with that, because there is one piece of this, Mr. Swain, are there examples of where the county defines terms differently in our code than the state defines them in state law or in state code? Or are we bound by every definition in state law? Like if I look, everything's lined up perfectly, state, county, all identical.
Greg Swain, County Attorney. No, I mean, there are examples where we have different definitions than the state might have in a particular instance, and it kind of depends on the context.
Is that illegal?
It's not illegal. Well, It depends. Sometimes you are required to have the same definition of the state, like for stormwater issues, there are certain things. But not, so it's not necessarily illegal.
In this instance, is there a legal issue with us defining recovery residences differently than the state defines them?
Since the recovery residence program is voluntary under the state law, no.
Got it. Thank you.
Do you have a question? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 9.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 9 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 10.
Amendment number 10, this amendment adds exterior doors suitable for exit in all sleeping rooms as an element that exempts certain recovery residences, group homes, or community-based assisted living facilities from fire code.
We already talked about this in the previous one. We added exterior. That was the difference. Is there a motion to adopt? So moved. Second. Already know admin. Policy decision. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 10.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 10 has been adopted.
All right. Bill number 5523 will be heard on July 17, 2023. Madam Secretary, please read the title of, amendment, as you were. I get amendments in my head.
Resolution.
Yes, Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 3123.
Resolution number 3123, resolution remembering the victims of gun violence in Anne Arundel County and urging the United States Congress to enact stronger safety requirements and restrictions on firearms to prevent death and injury.
All right, Ms. Rodvian.
So I think we should all be alarmed by the number of firearm deaths that we are seeing in our country, in our county, and in our region. And this resolution is basically just asking our federal partners for help. And I will say that, our federal partners in Maryland, I think, have actually done a lot to try and help. But even this evening, I don't know if anyone gets, these news alerts on their phones. There was another mass shooting this evening in Philadelphia. 8 people shot and 4 of them were killed. I mean, it is a daily occurrence. And we cannot, I don't know anyone who wants to live this way. I don't know. I feel like if I were to ask folks in the audience, how many of you know someone who is a victim of gun violence at this point? The number is probably pretty high. I personally know 2, actually 3 victims of gun violence. And it's absurd. We have countries that have laws that put substantial regulations on ownership of firearms. And we had those same kind of laws in effect and those same customs that were very typical from the very founding of this country. So this, Second Amendment thing is a total refabrication of how the Second Amendment was passed. We certainly didn't have automatic weapons the way we do now. We do not have firearms. We did not have firearms when the Second Amendment was passed like the ones that we have today. We have done everything under the sun that we can possibly do at the local level. And I can't just look at that, and I hope that my colleagues cannot just look at that and say, well, we're doing everything we can, so there's nothing else we can do. Well, one thing we can do, and I fully anticipate that our United States Congress is probably not all going to read this resolution, but if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So I'm bringing this resolution, and I'm going to read it as fast as I can because I know it's already 11:20. Resolution remembering the victims of gun violence in Anne Arundel County and urging the United States Congress to enact stronger safety requirements and restrictions on firearms to prevent death and injury. Whereas June 28, 2023 marked the 5-year anniversary of the Capitol Gazette mass shooting where 5 members of the Annapolis and Anne Arundel County communities lost their lives to gun violence. And whereas gun violence continues to plague our communities, and just 3 weeks prior to the anniversary, Annapolis experienced its second deadliest mass shooting tragedy when 3 people needlessly lost their lives and 3 others were injured during a neighborhood birthday party. Whereas despite at the state and local levels, gun violence continues to rise in the United States, and in 2021, more than 48,000 people died from gun-related injuries, according to the CDC. Whereas guns are the leading cause of death among children, just let that sink in. They are the leading cause of death among children and teens in Maryland. And in Anne Arundel County, 15% of all police-reported gun incidents involve a child under 18 years old. Whereas in 2022, there were 28 gun-related fatalities in Anne Arundel County, more than half of which were gun-related suicides, making firearms the leading means of suicide deaths, the most lethal means of suicide death, as well as a public health crisis. Whereas Anne Arundel County has taken several steps to end gun violence, including declaring gun violence to be a public health crisis, creating the Gun Violence Intervention Team to implement public health strategies to reduce firearm fatalities, establishing a pilot program that has distributed more than 1,000 gun locks, passing legislation to require gun retailers to distribute gun safety literature, promoting the use of extreme risk protective orders, and funding gun violence interruption programs. Whereas because mental health issues are, in some instances, recognized as an underlying cause of gun violence, the County Council passed legislation in 2021 to require establishments that sell guns also provide buyers with information on suicide prevention, mental health resources, and conflict resolution. Whereas the Anne Arundel County Department of Health, through its Gun Violence Intervention Team, is launching programs aimed at reducing the stigma around mental health care, identifying risk factors and trauma early, and using evidence-based gun violence interventions to protect people. Whereas the state of Maryland has taken actions to end gun violence and protect state residents by prohibiting access to ghost guns, limiting the handguns on limiting the locations an individual may carry a firearm, restricting eligibility for a handgun permit, increasing penalties for violation, the prohibition of wearing, carrying, or transporting a handgun, expanding the prohibition on access to a firearm by an unsupervised child, establishing a curriculum of instruction for the handgun permit safety course, and requiring the Secretary of State Police to revoke the permit of any individual who no longer meets the required handgun permit qualifications. Whereas gun violence is prevalent not only in Anne Arundel County, but in every jurisdiction across the nation, and is a national problem that requires significant resources of our partners in the United States Congress to solve. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Council of Anne Arundel County, Maryland, that it hereby remembers and honors the victims of gun violence in Anne Arundel County, and I will add beyond and beyond, and urges the United States Congress to enact more effective safety requirements and restrictions on firearms to prevent unnecessary injury and tragic loss of life caused by the use of firearms, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution is sent to all the folks on Capitol Hill. And with that, I ask my colleagues for support we've done everything under the sun. If there is something else that we can do at the local level, please tell us. I'm not asking right now. You can submit testimony. You can send me an email, and I will be here. I will listen to it. If it is something like give every teacher a gun, I don't want to hear it. If it's get more people armed, I don't want to hear it. I hear conversations in the community now of parents asking, should I get my child a gun so they can protect themselves? We should not be in that space. Other countries do not have this problem.
All right. Seeing no further discussion? Oh, Ms. Hummer.
I just have to speak on this too. Sunday morning, that we know there was another mass shooting right across the border in Baltimore City, but that border doesn't mean that we were not impacted by that shooting. Many of the victims were Anne Arundel County residents. The young woman who was killed graduated from our Glen Burnie High School 3 weeks ago. She and my daughter had been classmates for several years. I keep hearing her described in news reports as an adult. I know legally at 18 she was an adult, but as a mother of 5 young adults right around that age, I assure you she was still a baby. She just got her driver's license. She was headed off to college. She was a baby. She was attending a neighborhood block party with pony rides and music and fireworks, and she was gunned down, shot along with 29 other people, most of whom were children. On June 11th, 3 fathers were executed in Annapolis over a parking space. They too were enjoying a party with their friends and neighbors, and they were executed over parking. I attended the vigil for these men and watched their young children sob for their fathers and grandfather. In between these 2 events, I attended the 5-year memorial service for the victims of the Capitol Gazette shooting. That's just 3 of the mass shootings that have permanently scarred our county and traumatized and devastated more families than I can count. The Brooklyn shooting was the 341st mass shooting of 2023. There were 50 mass shootings between the Annapolis shooting and the Brooklyn one. 50 mass shootings in 3 weeks. 139 children ages 0 to 11 have lost their lives due to gun violence so far this year. 766 children between ages 12 and 17. And the young lady from Brooklyn isn't even included in those totals because she turned 18. But she is just as much a baby as those other 905 children. There have been 12,144 gun suicides in 2023. We are literally bleeding out our population. Maryland is at the forefront of efforts to enact common sense gun safety measures, and our county has excellent measures in place, but it's not enough. Our babies keep dying. We need our federal representatives to help us more because there are people who shouldn't have access to guns, and there are certain types of firearms that are designed only for killing. On this 4th of July, let's remember that the Declaration of Independence sets a vision for our country that we are each entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And you don't have any of those if hanging out with your friends and neighbors for the 4th of July is literally putting your life at risk.
Any additional comments? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing up the incidents of late. I don't think I could have done it. All I have to say is enough with gun violence. We spent a lot of time tonight talking about lots of other zoning policies. We have a problem in this country. We have a problem with gun violence. And we don't have enough spaces and enough chambers and enough levels of government and enough community centers where we're talking about it. So I want to just thank you for bringing up the young woman from Glen Burnie High School. You probably don't know that we had 2 students in Glen Burnie High School lose their life because of accidental shootings in their home playing with a gun. That was in February and March of this year. We've seen a lot of lives devastated to gun violence. And then before we even get into suicide, enough is enough. I support this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an extremely emotional topic. When you hear of babies, Ms. Hummer, you're absolutely correct, losing their life in this manner, it is beyond, words can't express the level of grief, shock, and awe that I think every member of the community feels. You know, I don't like where society is going. We have lost, not we as a body, but a lot of folks out there have lost the value of every individual life. We can have disagreements. We have disagreements here on the council, but acting out in violent ways and taking someone else's life is absolutely, absolutely disgusting is the only way that I can think to describe it. I have and always will condemn acts of violence for any reason. The world would be a better place if we could communicate with one another and use words to discuss our differences. At the same time, sitting on this body, I have been consistent in my position that this council has a very clear role, and there is one sentence in this that makes it difficult for me to support it, not because I don't support 99.9% and everything that we in the county have done. I've supported some of the measures presented by my colleague, but I respect the boundaries and responsibilities given to each level of government, and this specific area is reserved for congressional leadership. For that reason, I'll be abstaining from this resolution tonight, but I want to join in the voices of my colleagues in condemning any acts of violence towards one another.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Hit the wrong button. Sorry, it's late. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I share the same sentiments in regards to the tragic loss of life, condemning violence. This is an incredibly passionate subject, and the people who are affected personally, there really are no words, I think, accurately to describe the path that they walk upon. That being said, I put a tremendous weight in one of the fundamental ways that our government works, separation of powers, both from branches, but also local, state, and federal. I believe there is a place for voters and for the residents of this county to share their feelings about gun policy, and that is through the voting booth when they're electing those federal representatives. And I encourage all those who feel so passionately about this subject to please exercise that right, show up, use your voice, use your vote. I don't believe that that is the role of our council to send that message. So I will, while I am united in condemning, honoring, and remembering, condemning the violence and honoring and remembering the victims, I will be abstaining from the vote on this resolution out of respect for the nature of our government entities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note, I feel similarly to my colleagues. It's absolutely tragic to hear about these the loss of life, specifically the instance that you talked about in Annapolis where the 3 men were killed over the parking dispute. It's just senseless. It's absolutely senseless. This is not a gun violence issue, but this is just a gun violence issue. But there was another one in Mr. Smith's district, I think, where a man was beat to death from an incident at school that basically bled over into the home. So to Ms. Fiedler's point about life, it's unbelievable. I guess the point that I would make with this is I have voted for the things that I think I can support at the local level to do something about this. We have voted to declare suicide a public health crisis. We have voted for funding for those things. I even voted for the distribution of literature at the sale of a firearm to ensure that people who are purchasing the firearm have that awareness and know, get the literature that they need to show them that there are other options if that's what they're considering. So I think from a local level, we have done the job that we were elected to do. And I would agree with Ms. Rodvian that it's on our congressional leaders to do something about this. But quite candidly, I think that everyone listed here, Senators Cardin and Van Hollen, they are for this already. Congressman Ruppersberger, Congressman Sarbanes, Congressman Ivey, Congressman Hoyer, they are for more gun regulation, and the county executive certainly is. So to the extent that this body is making a statement, while I certainly respect that there may be some need to make a point to say where everybody stands and to let them know, I think those folks, this is not necessarily going to do anything different for them because they already feel that way, at least if the positions that they've taken that I've seen publicly that they share, if that's consistent with how they feel. So again, I'm going to abstain from this because I think it's outside of our lane, but I fall back on the fact that I have supported measures that I think at a local level can certainly do something to try to stem the tide of gun violence. So with that, and suicide, which as we all know is the number one outlet for gun violence. It's disproportionately high. That was something that I learned when I was on the gun violence task force. So with that, that's my position. But again, I want to say thank you to the sponsor for bringing this because I know this is very personal for you. Thank you.
Did you have something? Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I believe it is 100% within the bounds of this council's authority to ask the federal government for help. If we have an emergency, we're going to ask the federal government for help, and I consider this an emergency. While the very last clause does indicate that a copy of this resolution will be sent just to our Maryland delegation, I want to make it clear that this is a request to the entire United States Congress, House of Representatives, and Senate. This is not just our delegation. This is all of you. We need you to do something. We are doing everything we possibly can at the state level, and at the local level and at the state level, and we are asking for your help because we're doing all of these things and we still have a problem. So I wanted to make that clear.
Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 3123.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Abstain.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey. Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Please add me as a co-sponsor for 3123.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had already written down your vote because you said that earlier. So I do apologize that I just read your mind. No, I did not actually. Ms. Fiedler.
Abstain.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Smith.
Please add me as a co-sponsor, but aye.
Okay.
To the audience, for this resolution, there is no, it's a council resolution making a statement, so this one isn't for public comment.
So at the end of the day, we have 4 in the affirmative and 3 abstentions. Resolution number 3123 has been adopted.
And Madam Secretary, please call the final piece of business today. Please read the title of resolution number 3223.
Resolution number 3223, resolution condemning recent attacks on places of worship in Anne Arundel County.
And Ms. Hummer.
Yes. So unfortunately, this is another one having to do with violence in our communities. If there's ever any place we should feel safe, it should be in a house of worship, which is to be a sanctuary for the soul. And yet over the past month, 3 church buildings in the Annapolis areas were vandalized, including one that experienced more than $100,000 in damages. A church in my district has been the subject of over 20 vandalism attacks on their signs of welcome. Understandably, members of these congregations may feel violated and frankly afraid of how these attacks could escalate. Let me stress that any attack on a house of worship is classified and is a hate crime. Thankfully, our amazing police department has been focused on solving and stopping these crimes. And this past week, they announced arrest for the sign vandalism in Odenton, as well as for at least 2 of the incidents at the Annapolis locations. I'm so grateful for the great police work of our officers and detectives from Western and Southern districts, as well as to the community members who quickly responded with tips that contributed to the investigations. I also want to praise the congregation of these churches who have all responded with love to continue sharing their faith and welcoming their members to other and opening their sanctuaries to others. I also wanted to thank Mr. Eugene Peterson, who's the chair of the Human Rights Commission, and the Human Rights Commission's outspoken condemnation of these actions as well. We've come through. Hate has no place in Anne Arundel County. And as we approach 4th of July celebrations, it's an opportune time to reaffirm that our country was founded on freedom, including the freedom to worship as we choose without fear of harm or intimidation. And I will read the resolution. Resolution condemning recent attacks on places of worship in Anne Arundel County. Whereas in the past several weeks, there's been an increase of attacks, including thefts, vandalism, destruction of property, and burglaries committed against places of worship in and around Anne Arundel County that has caused immense hurt and has interfered with people's right to worship and express their faith. Whereas the Anne Arundel County Police Department, particularly the Western and Southern districts, have tirelessly investigated and made solving these crimes a priority, resulting in at least 3 arrests this past week. And whereas the Federal Bureau of Investigation reports that from 2020 to 2021, nationally reported hate crime incidents increased 11.6%. And in June 2023, there were at least 5 attacks on local places of worship throughout Anne Arundel County. Whereas the County Council condemns all attacks on places of worship and supports and praises the local congregations who have persevered in showing love in action, even in the face of vandalism and destruction. And whereas the County Council is committed to countering hate, bigotry, and discrimination on the basis of religion, race, and ethnicity, and supports the investigation and prosecution of those who commit criminal acts with the intent to interfere with people's right to worship and express their faith. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Council of Anne Arundel County that it hereby condemns all attacks that interfere with people's right to worship and express their faith, including the recent attacks, thefts, vandalism, destruction of property, and burglaries against several places of worship within Anne Arundel County.
And I also want to acknowledge Eugene Peterson as a former school board member as well, but more importantly, he literally, with this resolution, hung it out the entire night, and I'm so grateful for him and his wife.
And his wife, they both hung it out the whole time.
She drove him out here, and I think she debated on whether or not she was just going to drop him off and come back, but she hung it out. So thank you all for being here and seeing this to the end and seeing this through. Mr. Voki.
Oh, I'm first. Okay. Ms. Hummer, I agree with every single word of this resolution. Every single word.
Miracles never cease.
I know, miracles never cease.
There we go.
But my challenge with it is, if we do it in this instance, just as we just talked about with the gun violence, how frequently are we going to do resolutions like this? Because I agree with every single word in here. There is not a single thing in here that I don't agree with you on. People should feel safe in their houses of worship. There should not be people committing crimes. We all are up here saying we condemn hate, bigotry, discrimination on the basis of all these different immutable characteristics and different things. I agree with every single word of this. But my question is, are we going to do one of these for every time that something happens in our community? And that's my question. Like, it sounds rude, and I'm sure it comes off that way, and I hate to sound that way, but at a certain level, I'm just curious, where are we going with all of these resolutions?
I completely understand, and I am not a fan of resolution for everything that comes out. But because we had such a spate of things happening, and we had, over the course of just 2-3 weeks, we had multiple egregious attacks on things. And the one church in my district has had it ongoing over several years. And I thought it was important that we make it very clear in the face of all these that this is not acceptable, that we highlight that our police department, our whole county is behind stopping these, that we send the message that this is at the forefront of our values, what we want. So I agree, not for every instance, but because we'd had so many in such a short time. And I have to say again, the Fowler United Methodist Church, $100,000 worth of damage that was done to the interior of that building. It is, if you've seen the pictures of it, it is heartbreaking to see what was done. And so I felt that this was a time to do it, but I agree with you. I wouldn't do it for a single incident, but I thought this kind of cluster that we had really called it to attention.
I do want to sort of piggyback on that, on the frequency. But there are times when statements of values need to be stated, so no one will ever, 100 years from now, look back and say, well, where was Anne Arundel County Council? What did they believe? And so these periodical sort of statements of where we stand, I think sometimes is an important piece to the conversation. So, Ms. Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How about this council say it every time it needs to be said? I mean, there's so much going on in society right now. I've rarely have proposed a resolution, but I'm tired of not talking about it. It's time to say something, and it's time to see change. We should be talking about it at this dais. We should be talking about it in our homes. We should be talking about it in schools. We should be talking about it on the street. We should be talking about it in our community centers. So let's pass this resolution. Let's go home before these storms hit tonight. And let's think about the next time we need to say something with courage and with boldness that needs to be said.
Ms. Ravia.
Thank you. I would first like to be added as a co-sponsor. I think I just missed the deadline that I had to reply to the message about that. But I want to thank Councilmember Hummer for bringing this resolution. I feel like this is particularly important. Obviously, as you said, this has been an ongoing issue. But I don't know if folks are aware of the timing of the incident at Fowler United Methodist Church. In District 6 was within 36 hours of the triple homicide further down the peninsula in the city of Annapolis. And so I think for that congregation, so much attention went to the shooting. Understandably, lives were lost. $100,000 of physical property is huge. But I'm sure if there were somehow some sort of trade-off, they would say, take our $100,000 and let those 3 people live, without a doubt. So I think they felt for a little while like no one was paying attention and that there wasn't the community support. And I will tell you, let's see, it was about a week and a half ago that I went to their Sunday morning service, and they were so grateful. And there were a handful of folks that had come in from the neighborhood community, just, walked through the doors and said, we're here for you and we're very sorry. Can I write you a check? And they welcomed those people. And honestly, I think that if the person who was the vandal himself had gone into that church and asked for whatever he needed, the folks in that church would have given him the shirts off their backs. That is the kind of congregation it is. It's a small congregation, but it's very tight and very loving. And I truly believe they would do anything, even though I think most of the churches, folks of pretty modest means, they would find a way to take care of their neighbors in any way that they asked. So I really wanted to highlight that. And I'm really grateful that you brought, the resolution addressing the vandalism too, because that is what says, that's the message that's saying you're not welcome here. When you spray paint over a Black Lives Matter sign or a Pride sign, that's saying to parts of our community, you aren't welcome here. And I think they need to know, yes, whoever that vandal is, we disagree with them, and we are the community standing behind you, and we do welcome you here. So thank you for bringing it.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Resolution 3223.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Ledbetter.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
And Mr. Smith.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 3223 has been adopted.
Is there any other business to be brought before this county council at this time?
Motion
Sina?
to adjourn, and happy 4th of July.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. The county council is adjourned until 9 a.m. on Tuesday, July 11, 2023, when we meet virtually for our July work session. Happy 4th.